welcome to SkyTour LiveStream for this evening of November 24th. Can you believe it's gone that fast? I want to welcome Daryl Mason to the stream with me. Hi, Daryl. How's it going?
Hi, Mark. I can barely hear you.
That's okay. We can hear you. So, everything going okay, Daryl? Daryl must have his headset turned low because he was coming through loud and clear. And I'm coming through loud and clear here, too.
Music is really loud. I can't hear you at all.
Okay, well, the music is really quite low. So I'm not sure what you're listening to. Well, ask folks what they're hearing. Do you hear loud music, or do you just hear me and the music is barely hearable? I know you can probably hear me now, Daryl, because the music stopped.
You're still pretty low.
Then you got to turn up because you're coming through loud and clear, and I'm coming through loud.
Cannot hear you at all, Mark.
Can you hear me now? Okay, it's on your end, Daryl, because I can't. Yeah, everything is balanced fine according to people in chat. So I think your speaker side is low. I don't know how come that happened just as we went live. Turn up your speakers, Daryl. Turn up your earphones. Well, we'll keep going. I'll find a way to get him on board properly here. I will first go out and hold on, folks. Telling him to raise his volumes. Okay, now we'll wait and see. Maybe what I'll do is something more drastic. Maybe I should just hang up. This is never good. Okay, now I will call him again and see if that works. Sorry about the noise.
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
I don't know what happened.
Me neither.
Okay, well, your levels are fine. Music can be up, and it shouldn't matter. You should be able to hear me still.
I hear you. I don't hear music now.
That's because I'm not sharing the music with you yet.
Oh.
All right, so let me share and do all the sharing. So there. Now you should be able to see and hear. Can you see and hear?
Sounds like before. Music is very loud. I can hardly hear you at all.
Okay, I don't know what's going on because everybody says the levels are fine in chat.
You're the one that's been monkeying with fancy audio settings, not me.
Well, but we were talking just fine before, and then all of a sudden it's not working, so I'm not sure what it is. I do not understand what it is. Are you able to turn up your side at all? Daryl? Okay.
All I hear is music.
All I hear is music. Troubleshooting. Yeah, Cypher2 says everything is balanced on my end, music in both voices. So, what does that mean? It means that maybe Skype is doing something, because it wasn't before. Hang on, folks. This is ridiculous. All right, let me try something else here. Audio and video within Skype. Let's go down and see what's going on here. Okay, did you hear that? Okay, probably not. Can you hear me at all?
Barely.
Okay, I don't know what the problem is. Because I have audio sources that are just working just fine. Speakers are going out to my regular speakers, as always. Let's try something else. Okay, how about this? Does this help at all? How about this? Can you hear me better?
A little bit.
Does this help you that you can hear me better like this?
I can hear you like that, yes.
Okay, is
Turn
this...
down the music, I can hear you.
Yeah, but the music is not loud. The music is like a fourth, maybe a fifth of the voices.
It is quite louder than you.
Okay, then...
I can barely hear you, Mark. I have changed nothing in my audio settings.
Okay, well, I have changed nothing here. Let me try, let's try something here. Yeah, that's fine. Hold on, folks. We're just going to keep trying to figure this out. Yeah, I see nothing wrong here. Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong. We tried this before. It worked just fine. Okay, if I turn the music down, you can hear me now? Or is it just barely? See, just barely. That's not a... You're fine. You're coming through loud as me. And going over the stream as loud as I am. So...
I can't hear you.
And that's not good. Wow. Okay, well, I don't know what's causing it. And we're in the middle of the stream now, so now I'm kind of stuck. Let's try one more time. I'm going to try and call you again. Now, I don't know what's causing it, but we're going to figure it out.
Hello?
Now, can you hear me?
I hear you now just fine.
Okay. So, let's try...
Your music is way loud when I hear it.
Yeah, that's...
It's stepping all over you.
Okay, then I'm going to try something else.
My settings are where they always are.
All right, I'm going to share the screen that we were sharing before, but I'm not going to share the sound.
Okay.
So, how about now?
I hear you fine so far.
Okay. Well, oh, look at that. Went through. Something just went zipping through.
Yeah, I saw that.
All right. So now, I'm going to bring up music. And what do you hear now?
Nothing.
That's good. So you hear music. Oh, you see, you're not going to hear it at all now.
Okay. You still sound a little muted, but I can understand you.
Okay. I'm actually going out quite loud. And your settings are equal to mine. So I just won't share computer sound with you. So you won't have to hear the music anymore. You'll just hear me. All right?
Okay.
All right. Well, hey there, folks. Welcome to SkyTour LiveStream. Little nuttiness here. This is called the Pegasus cluster we're looking at right now. It's also known as Measure 15. And it's a good target to go to check our focus. And as you can see, we got pretty good focus tonight. These are nice. This is just an instantaneous 1-second photo taken here. I'm going to move the telescope down a little bit. And you'll see that this globular cluster is Just beautiful. That's not bad. Not bad at all. And Daryl, you were talking about some objects to check out later on. We tried another galaxy, folks, a little earlier before we got on in the stream, and unfortunately, it was too far toward the southeast, and this part of the observatory roof was interfering with it over there that I'm pointing at right now, and that's okay because the problem we had was that that side of the sky has a very faint light dome. The lights of Phoenix, 65 miles away. So we're trying not to mess with it too much. So we wait till it gets into the darker parts of the sky. I want to say hi to Tim F. is here. Vera Lucia Campos. Hello there. How are you? Rock is here. Farva's here. What's going on, brother? And, of course, Leslie Latin Taylor. Hi there. Thank you so much for coming in and joining us. PG is with us. And P&K Space Imaging, that would be Keith, part of the dynamic duo of Paul and Keith from P&K Space Imaging. If you have not subscribed to them, please do. They do the moon like no other. They do deep dives into the craters like no one else on the internet at all. You got to join that channel. And Charles Smar is here. Hey, Charles, how's it going, man? I haven't seen you in quite a while. But it's nice to see all of you so far, and I'm sure there'll be more. We got XFTP is here, and Cypher, of course, is here. Cypher put the address for our live shots that will be coming in. You'll see them. You notice the telescope is bouncing a little bit. We have some wind out there, so every now and then the telescope is going to show some wind. We might not get some really good pictures tonight because of the wind, but we'll do our best.
Mark, I hate to complain. You're clipping really badly on my end.
Well, let's find out if it's happening to everybody here. I don't know. You're not getting any sound, so I'm not sure what it is. Alex Bronze, I think I said hi, maybe not. Hello. Folks, are you hearing me clipping at all? Is my voice cutting out? Just let me know in the chat if you would. Mm-hmm. Wow, this is pretty cool. David Byrne, nice to see you. You're not clipping for me at all, so I'm wondering why. It says Daryl's quieter, so I'm gonna see. I can increase your volume a little bit, Daryl. So when you talk, you'll be a little louder. And I see no one's saying everything is fine. So the clipping is at your end for some reason, Daryl. I don't know why tonight.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Well, I don't get it. Why am I? Can you? Is it better when I talk like this? Can you hear me now? No. Yes. No. Okay. I don't understand this. I do not understand. TDB, hey there, how you doing? David has an idea. Maybe you should log off and restart and come back. I'm wondering if maybe that's part of the problem. Because we changed nothing on your end. I mean, does this make any difference? Can you hear me at all? Can you hear me at all, Daryl? Okay, well, that's a no. All right. I will tell Daryl in a chat to log off and come back in. Okay, 1 second. Okay, I told him. All right.
Something is screwed up, Mark. I am getting message tones from you again, you know, the whoop sound, and I don't hear you at all.
Okay, that's I'm sending him messages and he's not seeing them, I guess.
No comprende.
Hmm.
Got another tone.
Yes, I know, because I sent you a message. He's not seeing it. Okay. I guess you only go so far before you decide that you gotta get rid of the call. So I'm gonna hang up again and call him one last time. That's okay. We're waiting for the sky out there to settle down anyway.
Hello?
Okay, you can hear me fine now?
I hear you fine right now.
Okay. So, and everybody's hearing you too, because you're coming through on that one source channel. So you're fine. So, I think part of the problem, it happened when I started sharing the screen, Daryl. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. Well, when I ask you a question, I need to know that you're hearing it. Especially.
I didn't hear a question mark.
Okay, whatever. All right. So, I think when I shared the screen, that's when things started to fail, Daryl.
You want to try it again? You want me to reboot and come back, or what?
Yeah, if I'm going to share the screen again, and if it doesn't, and I'm going to share it without sound. You're not going to get the computer sound, okay? So computer sound is not on. All right? So
Okay.
if this shares and then it starts going crazy, then we're going to have to hang up and you're going to have to reboot, because I'm not doing anything out of the ordinary here. All I did was streamline what I was doing before. It has no effect on your signal.
All right, I've changed nothing on my end. Everything's where it usually is.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, I'm going to start sharing now. So if it goes bad, it goes bad. Here it comes.
Very good.
Okay, I'm sharing.
I hear you so far.
Okay. So I'm not touching anything right now. You can hear me okay?
Sound like you're starting to drop out again. Say something.
Okay. Well, this is the Pegasus cluster that we're looking at right now. Globular cluster, about 40,000 stars. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. All right, well, I won't touch anything. Let's just see what happens. Oh, look at that. We got a... See, is a squiggly line because...
and now you're clipping again. Mark, let me reboot.
Okay.
I'll be back.
I'll see you later. Okay. Well, that said, now we can do some astronomy for a little bit. We're getting some movement in the sky. And again, this is all because of some wind out there. But if I'm at 100% on the size of our sensor. If I actually show you what the actual size of the sensor is, this is what we're looking at right here. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's really neat. Yeah, that's funny. XFTP. Daryl, call Mark on a cell phone. He can put you on the speaker. Yeah, no. All I did was I separated what's called the sound sources. I separated them all out. And what I'm doing should not in any way affect what's going on with him. So I do not understand. So let's go check out a few things while we're here. I'm going to... we're over here. Okay. Make sure you do hit that thumbs up and give us a like or 2 or 3 or 5. I think that'd be pretty cool. You know, we love having you here with us. As you can see, SkyTour LiveStream. And now I'm going to take us up into the sky here. Hey, Farva, thank you, man. Thank you so much. It was really cool. Alright, so while Daryl's rebooting, I'm going to bring us to some objects that might be of interest to us. there's a couple galaxies we want to see that I know the Andromeda galaxy is here. I guess we can look at that now, right? Why not? We're going to be going to that part of the sky anyway. And it's up pretty high. So we'll check it out. We'll check out the Andromeda galaxy, and then we'll make our way to the other places we wish to go. So you can watch the telescope right there. You're going to watch it go shooting across the sky. There we go. And it's going to go doing high precision slewing. It's going to go to a star. It's going to use that star as a basically a stepping stone. And from that star, it has a precise and known distance to the Andromeda galaxy that it can go to. So there's that star right there. And it's going to tell us right here what that star is. You're going to see in just a sec when it gives us a name. Okay, it's Mirach. Okay, Mirach is a star that is near the Andromeda galaxy. And now, after it centers up in the Andromeda galaxy, and you can see there's another one right there. Okay, you'll see the Andromeda galaxy show up as a fuzzy object. Oh, here it comes. There's the Andromeda galaxy. It is beautiful. And after I get it to where I want it, I'm going to, once the telescope settles out, I'm going to, there we go. I'm going to move the telescope down a little bit. Okay. All right, do a little more. There we go. And now we're going to move the telescope this way just a little bit. All right, that's to the west. Okay, now let's hope it can settle out because we have some wind out there. Oh, that's pretty, isn't it? Music's good for this too. That's really pretty. Okay, let's do a 20-second exposure. Yeah, see, we're getting some wind. It's probably not going to come out too good. Unfortunately, that may not work well. But we'll give it a shot. So, let's do this. 20 seconds. Pull off our hyper processing. Go to a stack. And we're going to see what happens. I got to clear the stack, actually. That's the previous stuff. All right. All right. We are stacking, Vera. Stacks reset. And there's the first. Okay, that didn't come out too bad. The colors, of course, are not balanced, right? We're going to do those. Don't worry. We're going to get to that. Okay, this should balance colors. Yeah, oh, beautiful. Then we can actually do some processing on the galaxy itself. Ah, baby, oof. That's worth a nice full screen. We're gonna pin this here and let this just go for a while, and then, boom! You look at that. Yeah, this is the Andromeda galaxy is really, really interesting. Yeah, it's 2 million light years away. That means that what we're seeing is 2 million years old. You know, this light we're seeing is 2 million years old. It's fun to think about that. Hi, One Man. And hey, Do-W's with us. Yeah, so you can see these dark nebulae in here, these dark lanes inside the galaxy right here. These dark lanes are actually type of thing that we see in galaxies all the time. Okay, and Daryl's back with us, and he's reinstalled Skype. Do we dare? Yeah, let's do it. Let's get him back. Let's find out. Okay, well, we're still waiting. Is he there?
Hello?
Hey, there you are. Are you back with us?
You're already clipping. I have reinstalled. I rebooted. I uninstalled and reinstalled Skype.
Okay.
Uh, Nothing is changing. Everything is the same. My settings are all the same on my end as they were before.
Okay. I don't understand what's happened. Okay, well, I guess for tonight it's not going to work then.
I guess I'll just leave then.
Well, I don't like that idea. I want you to stick around, but
Well, I can't hear you. Uh, I don't want to offend you. I have changed nothing on my end. I'm
okay.
not getting fancy here.
All right. All right, no worries. You don't offend me. I mean, obviously, I made some changes, and if that's caused a problem, I'll have to look into fixing that. But we did the test beforehand, and it was fine. So I don't understand why it's doing it now. You know,
Well, I mean, I can hear you somewhat, but you are clipping.
clipping. Interesting. All right, I don't know. Yeah, that's gonna take.
Are you sharing screen on my end?
I am not. I'm not sharing anything right now.
Well, I can hear you. Try to share screens again, please.
Well, you said I'm still clipping, though, right?
A little bit, maybe.
Okay.
You sound rather low.
Okay. Well, I'm definitely at the edge of.
And now
being...
you're clipping.
Okay. How about now? Am I clipping now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I just lowered my volume level. Interesting. Hold on a second. Let me try something else. Does this sound any different when I do this? Am I still clipping as I'm talking to you now? Do you hear me clipping at all?
You're really cutting out.
Really cutting out now. Okay, how about now? Am I still cutting out right now?
Maybe a little better.
How's this? Is this better than it was before? Clipping.
I can hear you, but you sound kind of buzzy.
Buzzy. Okay. That's kind of weird. But this is better? Right here?
I can hear you.
But is it better?
It's marginal. I can hear you.
Okay. Well, I'm certain it's not pleasant to listen to, for sure.
It's not.
Okay. All right, well, you're coming through fine. So I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm playing with settings on the mixer to see what's going on. Speaking of mix, how about mix? Any better when I do this, Daryl? Is this worse or better?
No change.
Okay, how about like this? Any better than that? Any better here?
No.
Okay.
Now, I can hear you, but you're still a little buzzy.
Okay. I'm not sure what's causing that. Okay, well, I'm going to have to go through that at another time to try and figure out all the settings. So I'm sure that... So you can hear me now, correct?
Not well, but I can hear you.
All right, I'm not sure why this is doing that. Okay, I think I probably said that enough. Okay.
You
Well,
want to try to share screens?
Yeah, I'll try that. Let's see what we get. Okay, here we go. We've shared screens again.
Okay, I see M31.
Yep. And you probably...
Your clipping got a whole lot worse when you shared screens.
That's interesting. Let me stop sharing and let's see if that stops. Okay, how about now? Did it get a whole lot worse? Or is it better?
I'm sorry, say again.
Did it get a whole lot worse or is it better?
It's about the same now.
As it was before or when I started to share screens because I stopped sharing?
You sound about like you did when you started sharing screens.
Okay. Same kind of clipping?
Very tinny, buzzy sounding.
Wow. Okay.
And now you sound better.
How is that possible?
I don't know.
How about like this? Does this sound any better?
Maybe a little.
Okay, but I'm still cutting out or clipping on your end?
You sound tinny and buzzy, but I can hear you.
Tinny and buzzy. Wow. I want to know what that means. I'm trying to figure it out. Okay.
Rockstar says you're getting louder.
Hey, Simi Free. Can you hear me now? I know, right?
And now you've dropped out again.
I don't understand this. Okay. So
Mark, why don't you carry on with your stream? I'll hang out and chat for now.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Daryl. Sorry. I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay.
All right. We'll fix this. We'll figure this out. All right. Bye, Daryl. Okay. Well, not the outcome I wanted. We'll have to figure out what's going on. I'm wondering if, and I'm not to keep putting this on Daryl's shoulders, but I'm wondering if maybe he has a slowdown because as soon as a bandwidth issue, because as soon as I started sharing screens, that's a bandwidth hog, and I have wonderful bandwidth here. My stream health is excellent. I have greens all over the place. As far as my bandwidth health. So it could be that he has a bandwidth issue, which could be selectively wiping out some of his bandwidth that he needs. Tinny and Buzzy. That's yeah. Welcome to Tinny and Buzzy. Yeah, Tinny and Buzzy sounds like a comic. Daisy and Zoe, how are you guys doing? We're actually this is an attempt at doing the Andromeda galaxy. That it's windy out there tonight, so as you can see, the stars are a little bit elongated. So what I'd like to do is start this stack again. Usually right at sunset, we do get a bit of wind out there sometimes. So I'm going to clear this, and we'll have another one almost immediately. Yeah, see what I mean? Yeah, we have wind out there. So what I'll do is we're going to just check out some things. It is not his fault. There might be some issues with the bandwidth at his end. I did a speed test here. I have very, very high speed. So I'm wondering what's going on. We'll see. All right. Meanwhile, yeah, Murphy's fault. That's correct. So, okay, so for those that have never been here before, I just want to point out a few things. Okay, if you look at the screen here, this is the overall settings that you're going to see. Okay, that's the telescope inside the building right there. Okay, at the top up here is the telescope control system. This is the directional controls. This is a computer that I access sometimes. This, of course, is the main screen. We're going to see everything happening here. Down below here, this is information about the imaging. And the actual camera is right here. This is the camera information over here. The most important elements here are this exposure setting. All right, and right now it's at 20 seconds. All right. And then the other thing that's very important is the gain setting down here. This gain is kind of like the ISO, or the sensitivity of the camera. Remember, your cameras are 400 speed, 800 speed, 1600, all the way to 6400 and 8000, right? Well, that doesn't work the same way with dedicated astronomy cameras. So a gain of 350 could correspond to many thousands and thousands and thousands of ISO values or sensitivity numbers. So 350 has been getting us the darkest nebula there are in the sky without any problem. And I'm at 325 tonight. So we're just looking at it. We're checking it out. And I'm going to just give us a 1 second exposure here. Bring me back down here. nice little corner. I can look at over there and see everything. Okay, and then I will put on what I call the hyper processing. I'm going to click this little button over here. You'll see it. This button right here. I click that. All right. Once it comes back up, and that's going to be like a little hyper processing where we'll actually be able to see things suddenly much brighter. Ta-da! And you can see the whole Andromeda galaxy. This is live. This is a 1 second live video view of the Andromeda galaxy. And I can make this a smaller number. I mean, I can set this down to say 250 milliseconds, okay, which is a quarter of a second. And of course, it'll be a little bit dimmer, all right, but the frames are updating much faster, and I can increase the gain proportionately to actually offset the fact that I went to lower settings. But if you notice, when I do that, there's noise. See, there's more noise in here. And so that's why I try to keep it low. All right, so that's why I go to like 350 or so. In this case, I was going 325. So let's do that again. All right. We'll do that. And then we will go to up here and set the value to 1 second again. Okay, this is 1 second. And then boom, when we come in. Okay, telescope's being bandied around by the wind right now, as you can see. Thanks, Leslie. That's so kind. Thank you so much. You know, this is so cool. You guys make SkyTour LiveStream, that's for sure. So we're looking at a live view of the Andromeda Galaxy. And, you know, when you took a picture before, you could see this knot of stars down here. That was actually a very interesting location because that knot of stars was a set of hot young stars that are forming in the arms of the spiral galaxy, the Andromeda Galaxy. And so they're a hot young association of association. Daryl's saying, call me, do not share screens. Okay. Let's try this again. Okay, you there?
Yes.
Okay.
I can hear you so far. I don't know if this is going to last or not.
Yeah, what happened? Did you change anything or no?
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, let's just try it.
Alright, I'll just watch the screen. I'll be 30 seconds behind you.
I did set it to low latency, so it won't be that far behind.
Carry on.
But we are getting wind out there, you know, so we're seeing that we're not able to do these long stacks right now. But that's okay. You know, David Schmidt, hey there, how are you? See, look at that. See that? That's problematic. We have a vertical shift. There must be a pretty heavy wind out there. I don't have an anemometer that I can access ready in a ready way, so I don't know. But man, it looks beautiful. So what was up in the north end of the sky that you wanted to see, Daryl? We were talking about it before.
North end?
Up toward the north.
Is it something I sent you recently?
I thought you said, well, it was NGC 253, right?
Yeah, that's down in the southeast.
Right, that's southeast right now. It's come up a little bit. I don't know if it's high enough, though. That's another beautiful galaxy, guys.
Let me go back and check for a minute.
Okay, because I thought you wanted to see something.
There was something I sent you recently. I don't remember offhand what it was.
Okay. Okay, check it out. I'm going to go to the Triangulum galaxy while you're doing that. All right, so we're going to steer the telescope to the Triangulum galaxy. Triangulum galaxy is just a little further than the Andromeda galaxy. And the Andromeda galaxy and the Triangulum galaxy are kind of in the same physical region of space, near each other that in regards to that. And as such, they have had a potential interaction between the two of them. And Dude did his first live stream. That's right. And I actually went to go see your live stream, and I guess you had already ended it, so I came in late. Sorry. But I hope it went well. Okay. All right, there's the Triangulum galaxy now.
The last thing I sent you was an APOD of the Pac-Man Nebula, but it was done in multiple wavelengths.
Yeah.
So that wasn't it. There was an object I had come across recently I wrote you about. I don't see it offhand.
Okay. Okay, next Sunday, do. I'll look for it. I'll look for your announcement.
Very good.
Okay. You remember?
NGC 1491.
1491. Okay. Is that up kind of near the elephant's trunk?
I think so.
All right. Okay. All right. So, telescope may end up moving just a little bit, but we're gonna try and do I'll do 25 seconds on this just to see if we can get it. And as I said, that the wind is bouncing this telescope. Holy cow. All right, may not work too well, but that's okay. I want to show you guys these cool things anyway. All right, so we're going to come back in live stack, and we're going to clear the previous stack, all right, which is now done. And the green progress bar here tells you how far along in the exposure we are. That's this guy right here. If you just watch this progress bar, it's going to show you how far the exposure's gotten along. And when it gets all the way to the end, we'll see some data appear. There it is. Look at that. Wow. Shall we just look at that? Let's go check that out, shall we? I will pin this here. Look at that. Wow. Now we'll maximize. Okay. Whoa, look at that. Look at that guy up. That's just beautiful. Wow. So we're looking at this, and one of the things that we notice when we look at the Messier 33, the Triangulum galaxies, there are a bunch of, essentially Orion nebulas in this galaxy. And one of them is like right here. It's a very, very big object in this galaxy, probably the size of our Eta Carina Nebula, which is in the southern sky, which we never get to see here. But there's a bunch of these other red objects. You can see all kinds of red objects. There's one there, one there. There's clouds of red here and there. These are all star-forming regions. They're all stellar nurseries, and that's what these galaxies are known for. This galaxy is known as an SC, capital S, little c. There's a capital S and then little a, little b, or little c that follows the names in general. And the A is a very tightly wound with the spiral arms very tight. B is much looser, like the Andromeda galaxy and our galaxy. Well, kind of. And then C is loosely wound like this one right here. Okay? Now we are a different type of galaxy than the other two, than this one or the Andromeda galaxy. We're actually known as a barred spiral galaxy. What it means is that instead of this central nucleus here that's sort of round, it's sort of elongated in ours. It's elongated, and the spiral arms come off of those bars, that central bar. And that is what our galaxy is. It's a barred spiral. We never knew that. It's been deduced through lots and lots and lots of looking at our galaxy from within. It's like trying to figure out how the forest goes, what its extent and its shape is when you're in the forest. You know, see, that's the problem we have. You know, so the images are not that great, but you know what? It's okay. It's not that bad for a windy night. I'm gonna bring this up and see if we can do a little processing on this. It's gonna get a little brighter.
You're dropping out again. I'm gonna disconnect and just go listen to you on YouTube.
Okay, Daryl. Well, thank you, and we'll figure this out. All right. Well, as I said, as you can see, we can see these beautiful nebula regions in here, and I've moved what's called the black level, so that the dark sky helps make some contrast here. Okay, if I do a little more, it'll get even darker. See that? Okay, now let me get rid of this so you can see what I'm talking about here. Yeah, sorry, Daryl. I know this has been this never happened, but then again, I did change things here, so we're going to investigate whether what I did with that has caused problems. I don't think it should have. I don't think it should have done it at all. It literally has nothing to do with any of that, you know. So I don't get it, but that's okay. We'll carry on. So we're still stacking right now. One of the things I want to show you too in this image over here, you see this guy right here? That guy right there? That's a blue object. See that? Sort of blue. And then there's another one right here. And there's another one. And another one. There's so many of them in here. What are those? I think they're supernova remnants, as seen from here in this other galaxy. I think that's pretty cool. You know? Okay, do we have a question here? Question: how different types may have formed. What did I miss? Let's find FTP's question. You know, I know they say don't put it all in caps. Well, actually, putting it in caps is how I see it. I saw Charles write that. So XFTP, I don't see your question, but I would love to know what you wrote. So maybe you can help me out there. And Daryl, yes, we're grateful Daryl could join us, and I don't know why it's not working, but you know, it goes to show you. You try to fix things, and you know, it seems to work fine from my end, but I don't understand why it's not working fine on his. That's a problem. You know. Luis Rodriguez, hey, welcome. Welcome to SkyTour LiveStream. The light pollution at this place is, there's basically 10 levels of light pollution. Okay, they're called the Bortle scale, Bortle. And the Bortle scale out here, I'm not in the desert, I'm actually 2,500 miles away running a telescope that's out in the desert. And the Bortle scale where the telescope's located, where these pictures are being taken, is a 3. Where I am here, it's a 5, and maybe even a 5.5. So it's actually quite dark out there, and it's really quite lovely. You can see things in seconds that take minutes to do and process out here. So I think it's pretty cool. Oh, okay. Charles Smart saying, I'd love to know how it was figured out on us being a barred spiral galaxy. We don't have images from outside of us, and that's actually true. And my question also, okay, actually, very good question, Charles. And if that was the other question too, thank you for offering that as well. Our galaxy, we've done a lot of studies, and when we look at the center of our galaxy, overall, it was noticed that this particular, our galaxy, was not a true spherical galaxy. It didn't have a spherical center. There was some elongation to it, and that's led, and we don't know this for sure, by the way, just so you know, that's led to speculation that we're actually a barred spiral, like that we said before. It's from many, many years of studying the central stars in our galaxy, and their motions as well. So there's a lot of studies actually that are unnamed actually that contributed to finding this out. So it's pretty interesting how this all has panned out. So I know that I can't give you specifics because I don't know the numbers per se for this. But that's unfortunate. Well, that's what it is right now. This is the 100%. You'll notice the elongation. This elongation is because of the wind, but you can actually see these beautiful red areas. There's one there. Okay, there's one here. You can see all these little subtle red areas. These red nebulae in this galaxy. This is where it's going on, man. This is where star formation is occurring. This is where new stars are forming, and it's really beautiful here. And you can see the spiral arms are kind of loose, but you can see this dark stuff in here too. You see this dark stuff? This is dark dust that's actually the result of many supernovas that have gone off, littering the cosmos there with this dust. It's really quite astonishing. And we see this in many galaxies. We don't see it in galaxies called elliptical galaxies. When we looked at Messier 31 or the Andromeda galaxy earlier, you saw two spots above and below. Those are also galaxies. They're companion galaxies to the Andromeda galaxy, and they're actually elliptical galaxies, and they don't have a whole lot of gas or dust in them, which is interesting. And Daryl just pointed out, as he would have if we were on the air, I'm really mad that this isn't working, NGC 604, it's actually a very, very large hydrogen 2 region, that is to say a star-forming region, a stellar nursery region. We have such a region here in our galaxy known as the Eta Carina Nebula. It's very, very big. And the second largest one, I believe, is this guy right here in this galaxy. These all have names because they're so prominent, you know. And I will try. I'm going to reset the stack again because I want to see if we can get a good shot here. So I'm going to clear it now. And with the first one, they'll come in. It'll be a little bit noisy, but it'll be okay after that. So let's see what it looks like. Yeah, it's a little noisy, but it's nice. We got some beautiful shots. You can see the noise here, these square pixelated regions. That's actually the camera sensor, and over time what happens is that gets washed out and we lose it. It gets removed by the processing that we're doing. Okay, so that's cool. See, as the second one came in, it's almost gone now. You can't even see it. But this is looking beautiful now, looking better. You can see this definition quite well. Here's another one of those galaxies. Here's 604 that Daryl was talking about, I think. And this is one of those green things that I think is a supernova remnant, just like we see when we look at the Veil supernova remnant. Okay, kind of cool. So here you can see the spiral arms. You can see the spiral arms are really very distinctive because not only their shape, but the color. You notice there's a lot of blue in the spiral arms. That's because the hottest and youngest stars are blue. And so spiral arms are where the stars are being formed. And thus, when we see this, we're noticing that the stars are young and hot there, and they form the basis of the spiral arms because that's where they're formed. Okay, we have supernova remnant here, we have supernova remnant here, supernova remnant there, and I'm gonna just drop this down to 75% just to fill the screen with it. There we go. That's better. Now, I gotta tell you something right off the bat. Where else are you gonna find live views of deep sky galaxies like this? It just does not exist. We've freaking done our homework, folks. We've done our homework, okay? And that's why we can bring these to you instantly. I think it's just an amazing thing. I never get tired of this. Oh, NGC 1491 is that object I mentioned, Mark. It's in Perseus if you want to check it out later. Okay, thank you, Daryl. That's great. Yes, and we do see the doubly ionized oxygen 3, which is right here. I gotta explain why it's called oxygen 3, yet doubly ionized. You would think oxygen 2. And what's the 2? What's the 3 mean? Well, we atoms have protons and they have electrons, right? Every atom that is in the periodic table, its base state, where it's just sitting alone with nothing going on, The base state of the atom is that it has no charge. Protons are all +1 charge. Electrons are -1 charge. They all balance. Okay, you have equal number of protons as electrons, and thus the charges balance. Okay, so let's take hydrogen. In a hydrogen, for instance, you have 1 proton, 1 electron, +1, -1. They cancel, 0 net charge. Okay, but there are times when the electron can be bounced out of the atom because it's absorbed a lot of energy. Electrons are very, very sensitive to energy hitting the atom. So if very high frequency energy, like ultraviolet energy, strikes the atom, then the electron is going to pay the price, and it's going to rise to a higher energy state. It gets more energy, so it inflates basically, and it just goes crazy. And so when you actually look at the electron being bounced out of the atom, now the hydrogen atom that used to be an atom is now just a nucleus, and it's a +1 charge. And when that atom or that nucleus sits there, the electron will sometimes come right back down into the atom and spontaneously cascade into these other energy levels. And as it does so, the predominant one is one that takes it to the second energy level. Don't worry about what that means. It just means that as the electron enters the atom, it gives off light. Okay? It absorbs energy to leave the atom, and it gives off light when it goes into the atom. When it goes into the atom, it gives off a characteristic red light that we see here and here and over here and here and here and here and here. There's probably dozens of these here that we can see. Okay, this actually is not coming out too badly. There's a little bit of wind blur, but not so bad, huh? Not so bad. So that said, and we're going to pause this right here. That said, when we look at this guy, the other thing to notice, as Daryl was pointing out, is this bluish green here, this in supernova remnants. And he mentions in the chat, but here's the thing: when oxygen gets ionized, well, it has more than one electron in it, so it can be ionized once, it can be ionized twice, so you can have 2 electrons that leave the atom. Okay, and when that happens, we have to have some way of stating that or stating what that is. So we call it oxygen 3, with Roman numerals 3, as Daryl pointed out here. That's III. Now, why 3 and not 2? If it's doubly ionized, shouldn't it be O2? The reason is because every atom, when it has that 0 charge I told you about, where it had all its protons and electrons, okay, that's the state that corresponds to Roman numeral 1. Okay, so oxygen Roman numeral 1 is one that is no charge. It's got all its protons, has all its electrons. But when the electrons get knocked out, that becomes oxygen 2. Okay, because the base state of every atom is its base state is Roman numeral 1. It's a nomenclature thing. So that's why Daryl said, when you have a doubly ionized oxygen atom, it's something called O3, OIII. So that is the nature, and it's not because astronomers love to confuse you. We don't do that on purpose. It's actually based in the periodic table and the manner in which inorganic and organic chemistry has formulated these the charge potentials for these different elements. So. And the ionization potential. So that said, we're seeing this blue, which is called O3, which is doubly ionized oxygen. That's this blue structure right here, this blue stuff right here. It's really kind of cool. Let's see. Okay, Weird Guy's responding to something. Daryl says, I see green in M42 and Orion. I've seen hints of red, hydrogen alpha, in a large telescope. Yeah, and that's a very important point he's making there, because the human eye, see, is not very sensitive at night. When you look straight at someone, you see them in color, but only if they have light on their face. If they don't have light on their face, the color gets muted and actually lost. And over time, what will happen is they'll almost look black and white to you. And that's because you have cones in the center of your eye, which are the color receptors, and all around the outside of your eye, you have what are called rods. Rods are just black and white receptors. And evolution, in its wisdom, made it so that we see the best color when we look right at it. Okay? And our eyes are very sensitive to green. The greenish, the central part of the spectrum. That's what we're very, very sensitive to. So we'll see hints of green when we look at a nebula as long as enough light is coming in, and we can see some of the green. And when Daryl mentions the Orion Nebula has a lot of O3, doubly ionized oxygen, which is this characteristic green color that we see here and here, okay, and over here, okay. So you might actually see the green with your eye directly in the telescope. If the telescope is big enough and enough light is getting to your eye, then the cones, which are the color receptors, can also be triggered to see the red, which your eyes are not as sensitive to, okay, is the green. And thus you can actually catch a hint of the reddish color with your eye. But it does have to be a very large telescope to do that, you know. So that's kind of cool. Now, I think this was reasonably successful for tonight, what we did. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to bring this down just a little bit smaller. I'll go to 50% of this. Yeah, Daryl says Orion is bright enough to see naked eye. The M42 is. So you can see some green when you look at it in the scope. Yeah. I've noticed that it looks somewhat green to me as well. And it has. I've never seen red, though, in an eyepiece. Daryl may have looked. I mean, I've looked through some fairly large instruments. But, you know, when you're working when the observatory is a multi-million-dollar observatory, you can't just go fling it over to the Orion Nebula if you want to, because you're working on certain programs. You can't just take a 5-ton instrument and just sling it on over to the Orion Nebula because you want to check it out. Every move basically costs money, so we couldn't just go up there for pleasure, unfortunately. Oh, can you imagine if we could, though? Oh, that would be so fun. I would love to just like take a big telescope and do that. We actually had a 24-inch Cassegrain system that we were using, and it was all specifically lined up and controlled and aligned. It was beautiful. Yeah, excellent. Okay, let's go back and let's take this. We're going to save this just as we see it, and we're going to save the stack as well. So I'm going to save it. Okay, you'll see the indicator across the top of the screen in green. It's been saved, and then we'll save exactly as seen. Okay, and then you'll see an indicator for that on the top of the screen. There it is. Excellent. So now we're going to clear this. We're going to get out of the stack process, come back to our main camera screen. Actually, first things first, I'm going to get down so I can actually see everything that's going on here. All right, there we go. And now we'll go down and give ourselves our full frame so we can see the full frame. And now we're going to set this not to 25 seconds. We're going to set this to 1 second. And then do our hyper process here. There we go. Okay. And now, let's go check out something else. Let me see. Let's look back here. Daryl, it was 1491. Okay, NGC 1491. Let's see where it is relative to us here. Okay. This is our planetarium view. It actually is also connected to the telescope, and it allows us to find things that we want to look for. Let's go back and Oh, how about that? Oh, that's near this Murphac, yeah. It's pretty high in the sky now. We should be able to see that. Oh, yeah, the Fossil Footprint Nebula. Yeah, let's go check that out. That sounds like fun. We're doing things we really haven't always seen before, but let's try it out. Okay. So we're gonna see if we can go check this out. Okay, watch the telescope. And the telescope is heading now toward the northeast. It's gonna head toward a star. And there's the star it wants right there. It's probably gonna use Murphac, I'm gonna guess. Murphac is in the constellation Perseus, but maybe it's not using that. Let's find out. Okay. It's going to use, not Murphac, it's going to use Delta Persei. Cool. And then it's going to do this hop to here, and as soon as it centers it up, which is just done, you can see the telescope is aiming right over that corner, and there's the Fossil Footprint Nebula. Looks really pretty. I think that's pretty cool. All right. Now let's find out if there's more to this nebula, because this is just the bright part that we're seeing. Maybe there's more, and what we have to do is try a stack. With the telescope aimed lower than this, it might be possible that we'll get less wind, although as I said that, I saw some wind hit it. Let's just do a 20-second shot here just to see. Okay, so we'll do that. Underway, 20 seconds underway. Watch the progress bar over there, the green bar right over here. I guess near the end. This is going to be our data that we're looking at here. And you see those little squiggly lines that are red, green, and blue. That's the actual results from the sensor. And this yellow line is the line that goes through the data that is showing us that part of the data. And there's the data, and there's the nebula. Okay, that's pretty cool. Let's see about color. That's more like it. And then this guy here, give us a little bit brighter just to see. You can see the extent of the nebula here. There's more to it. And let's go find out what it looks like when we get up close to it, shall we? We'll go to 75%. And that means magnification. So you can see there's a little bit of vertical motion there. That's due to the wind that we're having happen right now. Okay. I see that. Okay, that's kind of a cool little nebula though. That's cool. Look at that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna clear this because I want to see if we can get a better shot. I know that people have been telling me it's windy out there, so. And this is a little better. Not perfect. That mottled noise you see is what we want to have go away. And we can make that go away. Okay. Yeah. That's nice though. Has some nice detail to it. Let's see about If we can play with the color a little bit more. Yeah, see how that came in just then? That actually makes it look pretty good. A little better. Keep going. Alright, so that's looking pretty interesting now. There's a bright section to that nebula, and then it's actually just drops a little bit off. Okay. Let's go to 40%. Oh, yeah. That's beautiful. Looking beautiful. Let's move this up a little bit. There we go. Interestingly, if you notice, in these areas where stars are formed, okay, this guy here, this is NGC 1491, and it's sort of like I should have done this before. Let me just type this for you. This is what's called an H2 region. So now we have it. NGC 1491. So it's on the screen. You can see what it is. All right. And we're actually not bad stacking wise. We're actually getting rid of some of the wind, which is kind of nice. That slope being lower. Plus, as the evening wears on, the winds die down. It gets a lot calmer. In the desert, not with a horse with no name, but in the desert, when the sun first sets, you get these winds that come up from the sunset, and then it's like an hour or two later, it starts to calm down. And so I think that we're approaching that region where it's calming down. So this is really pretty. Daryl, this was a good find. This was Daryl's object he wanted to see, and so he suggested it, and we're doing it. And he baked a pumpkin pie before. Man. Hey, Dean Bostador, how are you? Nice to see you, man. Thank you for joining us tonight. Okay, so let's do this. Let's see if we can just increase the dark level just enough to bring that nebula out from the background a little. Yeah, see how that nebula looks? But let me come back a little tiny bit. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay, and now we got that, and now, boom, bring it to the full screen. Yeah. All right, and now we can zoom in on it a little bit more and see how it looks. Let's go to 66%. Doing fine, Dean. Thank you. Keith, how you doing, man? Yeah, we got a little bit of elongation still because of the wind. It's winds at our backs out there. But if you notice this really cool little ridge here. See this beautiful dark ridge of material here. And then you got this other lightly nice fine material here. This is much denser here. You can see that. It's sort of like a shelf of dark material that's glowing from the starlight and or reflecting light as well. Well, Keith, you must be pretty tired. And he didn't even take a telescope out to Arizona for us. By the way, that's so people understand. That guy right there in chat, P&K Space Imaging, Keith, he came all the way up here from Pennsylvania, picked up the SkyTour LiveStream West telescope, stuck it in his truck, and drove it all the way to Arizona for us. You talk about someone that's a really good guy. If it wasn't for him, this wouldn't be happening. It might be, but it would have been a lot slower. He got all the equipment and brought it out there for us, which is really nice. And you know what? He's very trustworthy, someone who can trust to do it, and I was very happy about that. You know, don't tell me about fifth cups of coffee, though, okay? And I want to know that you were taking chances. So it's pretty cool. Yeah. But it was really actually very nice that we could rely on someone that we could trust with it, you know. So show him some love, man. And also subscribe to P&K Space Imaging, because he and Paul absolutely deserve it. They do a great job. Hi there, Greggy Gilgan. How you doing? Yep. Yeah, this is starting to show some more detail here. That's pretty cool. I almost want to just restart this. I'm gonna, because I actually want to catch it in a better way. I'm gonna try and do a couple things. I'm gonna try first. Okay, we'll be back to this. Don't worry, I'm not taking it down. Okay, 1 second exposures here. Okay. There we go. And now what I'm going to do is, actually, I'm going to come back down here. I want to go back into the telescope right here. Okay. And I'm going to make some adjustments to our guiding system that maybe can help us combat the wind. Okay, that's the wind. And then to combat the wind again, we'll do this one. And let's see if this works. All right. Okay, so now we should be, let's see if this will help us combat the wind. Okay, let's go back in here, and let's take a risk and go to 25 seconds. All right, and we'll go down here, go back into our stack. Coming up. We're going to clear, and there we go. So now at the end of this, we're going to see the first one from our new stack come up. It should be the same thing that we saw before. It should look pretty nice, hopefully. Yeah, no, it's still, we're still getting blown around a little bit. Try again. It's hard on nights where we have wind out there, guys, to do this kind of thing. So I could just do the old-fashioned way, and that's just take all separate images and stack them manually. But I prefer not to do that if I don't have to. Okay, let me try something else here. I'm going to try, if you notice, I'm playing with this right here. Okay, the right ascension rate, declination rate. Let's try a different rate. Okay. And we'll clear again. And then the very next one to come out, we'll have that rate applied to it. Let's see what we get. Yeah. Negatory. Not working there. Yeah. Yeah, clear again and try it. Okay, that's better. Let's try and stack for a while, see what we get here. See the noise in between it? It's supposed to be dark. You can barely see the nebula, right? Well, when this next one comes in, watch how the noise kind of goes away a little. Ready? Watch. See that? So the noise kind of goes away a little bit, and with successive images, that noise is going to get averaged out. And that's why these images end up having so little noise. Isabella Melamed, who I think is with us tonight. There she is. Hi, Isabella. It's not collimation, no. This is actually wind that we're seeing. We're getting a wind issue. I have not lost collimation on the scope. It's all locked down like you can't believe. So we're gonna end up finding ways around all these problems eventually. But let me go to 40%. Let's try to bring our black level over now again. Just a little bit. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I see, Isabella. Good. Thank you. You were actually, I was saying that I was going to say you were one of our star processors. You take our images and you turn them into these beautiful imagery. And she's a heck of an artist too, guys. If you need artwork done, she's the one to go to. Really, really pretty stuff. This is gorgeous. We need to do a longer exposure on a calm night. We definitely need that because we would see so much. It'd be so much nicer. By the way, the music's all new too, by the way. Time for the new. Let's go to 75% on this nebula. Yeah, you can see little vertical motions here. Not good. That makes everything cloudy a little bit. I don't like that. Grr. It is what it is. Can't fight the wind sometimes. Probably tonight would have been a night when I shouldn't have opened up because it's so windy out there. But you know what? It's okay. If you get to see some cool things, you get to see some cool stuff, right? I don't mind that. We will have fun. Alright, so let's look around here. I really want to show you the Flaming Star Nebula, but it's definitely down too low. Yeah, turkey-like nebula. That'd be great if there was. Nice to see you, Genghis. It is the night before Thanksgiving. Holy cow. Go figure. Sometimes I remember these things. Sometimes I don't. Just don't always remember. Okay, let's back out a little bit. And let's go see what's up here. Yeah. I was thinking we were going to check that out too. Okay. We're gonna see if we can go more vertical here, and see if that helps us or hurts us. So we're gonna pause it. We'll save this. We've stacked 13, but unfortunately there's wind error in these, so but that's okay. All right, and now we'll clear and get out of this and go back to making this a 1 second exposure. Okay, and then give us our little maxed out hyper processing. And now we can drop out of this mode so we can see the whole screen now with my telescope and the controls. That's good. And now what we'll do is make our way to this nebula here. And here we go. It's called the Soul Nebula. And then we'll look at the Heart Nebula and then the double cluster and lots of cool things to see there. Okay, high precision slew takes us to this particular star, and it'll tell us which one it is as soon as, okay, it's Gamma Persei, and it's bringing it down here. Okay. Gamma Persei is going to be centered, and then it's going to center the Soul Nebula right there. Right where that star is, it's going to now go to wherever the Soul Nebula is, which is a little bit farther in this direction. And there it is, the Soul Nebula. Bam. So let's do this. Let's actually move the telescope a little bit to the east. All right. We're going to move it to the east. Then we're going to move it a little bit south. Well, even moving it, it makes a little triangular motion. It's getting windy. And it'll be, like I said, it hasn't calmed enough yet. But that's all right. Okay. Now we got to wait 12 seconds for the telescope to get a guide star. And then while we're waiting, I can set up the exposure, what we're going to do. This is going to be a 25-second exposure. And we'll take off the hyper processing. As soon as I click this button over here, it will start taking a picture. But as you can see, we're getting motion that we should be getting. And that's wind motion. But we'll give it a shot. Okay, here we go. All right. So down here you can see the progress bar. You know what it was, guys? I could not stand that I haven't been able to stream. I was like, I want to stream. I was going crazy. The moon is going to be rising as well, but you know what? I figure we'll get to, look at that. Look at that. Is that. What do I say? That's beautiful. That's the Soul Nebula. You know? And let's go check it out. Wow. So pretty. And let's see how it looks when we zoom in on it. I'm going to go right to 100% here just because I want to see if we've got wind error or if that exposure was a lucky one. Yeah, that was a good one. Well, we still have a little bit of motion. Not bad though. It's pretty good. Let me zoom out now. We've stacked 2 so far. Look at that. Yeah, that's beautiful. That's what I was saying, you know. Where else can you go to get this kind of stuff? You just can't. I haven't seen it anywhere. You know, I'm looking. I've always wanted to see this stuff online. The fact that it's here now with ours, I'm like, okay, look at this. Holy jeez. Beautiful, beautiful nebula. Look at this. This is a beautiful dark nebula here. This is dark dust. This is hydrogen gas that's being forced to glow by the light of these hot stars in this young cluster. These hot stars are evaporating some of the dust in a direction that makes them look like little, you know, spindles, just like the pillars of creation. You can see them. There's a big one here. Here's a beautiful dark area. There's a dark area here. This beautiful little area. That's just gorgeous. And as the exposures get, you know, longer here, as we get more stacks, I should say, we're going to see even more. We've got 5 stacks so far. And little by little, the noise is going away. And that means that it'll be able to support looking at it really, really close. You know, really, really up close. Right now, we're at 40% magnification. Let's jump up to 100% for a moment. No, not so bad. Not so bad. It seems like it's okay. We still have some noise, but we have to stack more to get rid of it. Okay, and if I move up now, I can show you that area on the upper side there. Look at this nebula. Look at that beautiful... That's a beautiful eroding... it's a beautiful eroding column here. Probably from one of the hot stars here. Just takes one, you know. And it's eroding this... where it's densest, it stays there. You know, that doesn't move. So there's a self-condensing gravitational center here that's collapsing that dust and gas in that, and maybe a star will get born in there at some point to join the others here that sing with their universal noises out to the universe. I mean, it's just beautiful. You know. Oh, Vera, thank you for saying that. I really enjoy it. I really enjoy it. And I get upset when the technology doesn't work quite right. You know, Daryl should have been here. He's in the chat, but still, I prefer when he's on with us. Because you don't just have to hear me talk, you know. A raccoon roast. I would have declined that too, Daryl. Okay. So let's zoom out now. I got a notice from Starlink that says that our Starlink has been pushed off until February of 2022. Not happy about that, because I don't know why it has to wait. We have full coverage now. Oh, Vera, thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. You're definitely helping us. Okay, this is obviously too much, so I'm going to bring the black level up a minute. I just wanted to bring it back to a set point. That'll be, again... That's good. Okay, so we're getting moments of good windless moments here. So we're actually getting a beautiful image here. Look at this beautiful oh yeah, isn't that incredible? I can't say enough. It's beautiful. Let me bring it up to let's go to 75%. We have a little wind, but it's okay. I mean, we can still see some beautiful stuff here. Look at that. That's probably the most beautiful part of this whole nebula, is that right there. By the way, if you're looking at me and wondering where I'm looking, I have two screens. Okay, that screen has the unadulterated view of the telescope computer, which is what I'm looking at. This screen has the broadcast software. All right, in this, the camera's there. So if I look to that side, I'm looking at the broadcast software. To this side, I'm looking elsewhere. Okay, so in this case, we're looking at the Sol Nebula, and it's an H2 region as well. It's a stellar nursery. All right, and so there's the Sol. Beautiful. So as you can see, there's no collimation issues now. It's actually just vibrational wind issues. There's some really pretty spots here. Okay. Another one, actually, that's really pretty is over here. Look at that. There's an area right there that's pretty right there. Wow. Okay. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Thanks, Leslie. I'm glad you're enjoying this. Yeah, I can't, that's very nice of Vera. She's wonderful. Farva was great. And, our friend Ray, he's really wonderful. He gives us lots of donations. Yeah, I was actually saying, Daryl's saying try the California Nebula. Yeah, I want to do that. I'm going to do the heart and give myself a few more seconds before going to the California Nebula. Because when people see the California Nebula, they're going to just faint. They're going to faint dead away, and that'll be it. The stream will be over. Because it's going to be so pretty. So I have to save the best for last, right? Don't I? Yeah. Okay. So we're going to pause this now. We'll save this stack. And right now I can hear Isabella saying, oh, goody, goody, goody. I can't wait. Because she likes to process these. And then save exactly as seen. Incidentally, any good astronomer and researcher, like I try to be, would save all the individual frames. And I'm not doing that for a very, very important reason. That important reason is the speed of the internet that we have out in the building is not unlimited. Okay, the speed is it's terribly limited. And so all the many frames that we would download would take many hours to upload. So if we just have to upload one file, which is the stack, that's better right now. Once we get Starlink, we'll be able to record all of them because there's no data limit either. Right now we have a data limit, and we could blow through the data limit out here if we were to save all the individual photos. We're not going to do that. Okay. It's like you don't want to get out of this because it's so pretty. Wow. Okay, but I have to. Bye. Sol Nebula looks so good. But with the Sol Nebula comes the heart, the heart and soul. Okay. I saved it. It's gone. It's actually saved on the server. And Cypher 2 put up the server location at the earlier, and I hope somebody can do it again. It's just it's a location. It's a live server where you can go to see all of our images minutes after they've been taken. Okay, and that's what this is all about. We want to do that. Make everybody have the ability to see all these things as soon as possible. We love it. Okay, now we're going to just move a little bit further away to see the Heart Nebula. Okay, so there's the Heart Nebula, and we're going to just go there now, and we'll let the telescope take us there. I could have just gone and steered up there, but why not? Let's see what it does. It makes a little cool tapestry anyway when we do this. Okay. So it's taking us to the star. Well, I got to get the scope out of there to see it, but that's okay. And we're going to get out of this so we can see the telescope in operation. Up there. There we go. And we're no longer in the Sol Nebula. Yeah. Okay. I'm hoping that we're calming down out there now, because this will be the Heart Nebula. I'm going to raise it just a little bit because I know what it looks like. This is actually called the fish head up here. This is the Heart Nebula. You'll see the heart. You'll see a heart that looks like this when we get going. You'll see it. It looks just like a heart. All right. Okay. I think you're going to like this. Okay, we're going to do a 25-second exposure here. And then we'll cut off our high process mode. So we can go stack. We'll bring that back in a little while because you'll actually see what we can do with that. It's really, really new, really cool. I mean, Heart and Soul, the only one you know how to play in the piano, Leslie. Yeah, that's cool. I took piano lessons for a few years, and I was never good at reading music. Oh, guys. Oh, my God. Look at this. Okay. You ready? Yeah. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. Look at that. I mean, let me get rid of the object ID for now just to keep the screen clean. You know, I'll even move me over here. Look at that. Wow. I mean, oh, that's really pretty. No matter how many times I see it, I just can't get over how beautiful it looks. The beauty never eludes me. It's just stunning. Wow. The Heart Nebula, another beautiful stellar nursery, a place where stars are being born. The area is rich in hot young stars, and it bathes the surrounding interstellar medium with hot and high frequency ultraviolet radiation. That ultraviolet radiation causes the hydrogen gas to glow red out here. Did you see this stuff all out here? You know, then in the center of the nebula, you can see this young star cluster, which is probably powering it all, powering the whole nebula. And it's just astonishingly beautiful. And that's our auto view. And now let's go up to 100. Now, it still won't be perfect because we're going to have noise in here. It has to be diminished still. But the stars are actually not bad. There's a slight little drift, but look at this stuff. Look at this. It's just beautiful. Wow. You know, it's weird. You can almost see it in 3D. You know, it's almost like it's got. You can see that these stars are causing this hydrogen gas to glow, but this hydrogen gas has physical filaments and absolutely beautiful. It has great curves. That hydrogen gas has great curves. Is that something you haven't said very often? Wow, hey, you've got great curves, hydrogen. But you're seeing the gas. The gas you see is there by virtue of the fact that these hot stars are causing the electrons in the hydrogen gas to ionize, jump off the hydrogen atom, and then when they bounce back into the atom, they come back down into the atom, they give off this characteristic red light that we see here. And that's what we see, you know? So that's pretty cool. And, you know, when the James Webb Telescope goes up, we'll aim it at nebulae like this, and when we do, we're gonna see things behind this dark gas, the dark dust that's in there, that we may never see and never have seen. So the James Webb is really, really powerful, and it's going up at the end of December. They pretty much have a solid launch date on it now. It's been transported already to the site. It is Genghis, isn't it? Seeing those dust clouds illuminated like that. They're actually self-luminous, by the way. At this point, they're actually glowing, and they are cosmic dust bunnies. And in a sense, they're gas bunnies. Actually, Genghis are not dust bunnies. But you can see this black stuff here. This black stuff. This is dark dust that's in here. These dark dust is mixed with the hydrogen gas, and together they form. Over time, they form planets. They form stars. You know. And thus the universe continues to percolate for billions of years. You know, as I said, the James Webb JWST is going to show us some of these things. Really, really cool. It'll be able to show us many, many details that are hiding in the dark that we can't see. I just did something on the James Webb. I did 2 things for Gaia TV earlier today. They had me as their astronomer who talks about the latest finds in astronomy and stuff. And on Gaia TV, we talked about the James Webb Telescope. We talked about that fast radio burster, which is a repeating fast radio burster, which is outside the model of our understanding for how these things work. And there was another story about the fact that they found organic molecules on Mars. Yeah, that's right. We found organic molecules. So it was only a matter of time, you know. Only a matter of time. So. Mm-hmm. Oh yes, Charles Smart, yes. A jarring incident when mounting the Webb to the launcher. Yeah. Yeah, not too exciting. One of the clamps popped, Daryl said. I've been in the high bay with a satellite being built, and I can tell you, it's nerve-wracking. I was in there. It takes about 30 minutes to just get into the room, and the reason is because they take every bit of dust off your body, and I don't know how to say that except other than to say that. I can tell you this: when they basically you actually put your feet with your shoes on into this machine, and all I can say is the foot sucker, and this high pressure air and suction starts pulling on your foot. You feel like your foot's being torn off from your leg, and it's like you know, and you feel brushes and things. It's like you're sticking your foot into the mouth of a monster, okay? And what happens is, then you take your foot out, and I promise you can lick your shoe. You can lick the bottom of your shoe at that point, but you don't. Then you put on booties, okay? And then you put on another pair of booties, okay? And that's after you have the Tyvek suit on. The Tyvek suit that you wear goes on after you're in the locker room, and you put all these things on. You put it on after you are thoroughly cleaned, you know, head to toe, your hair, everything. And then you walk in there, and when you went to the high bay, it's a clean room facility, and you have a cable with a coiled cord. I have a photograph of this, and Daryl's funny, Stinkfoot, and this cable with the cord on it is used to ground you. You actually have to be grounded when you're in there, and you got to make sure that what you do is you connect your cable to these special bars, okay, that are on. Oh, look at this! My God, look at this! You have to you gotta mount your cable to these special bars that are over, sticking up off the floor and in all directions, and only then can you start moving toward the satellite. And the reason is because you are taking the static electricity off your body. It's flowing through that cable and draining any potential charge you have on you. So it's pretty wild. I watched someone get in a lot of trouble for not being clipped onto one of those little bus bars and grounding bars when he walked near the satellite. You can't be within 3 feet, 36 inches of the satellite without being fully grounded, because you can't afford a tiniest little static discharge on these components that are now going to go hundreds of miles into space. If they are shot, you can't come back from that. So they're very, very, very careful. Greggy comes in, hears me saying, "You could lick the bottom of your shoe." It's like, wow, what a ignominious way to come in. Look at this view, though, guys. Wow. Oh, this is really pretty. I'm no words. Look at this. Oh. We stacked 23 images, and there's this beautiful, you can see this beautiful filamentary structure right here. I mean, you can't miss that structure. It's stunning. It's better than I've seen before. I've never seen it quite like this. You know? Outstanding. Wow. Wow. That's just unlike anything I've seen in a while. Oh. Wow. Okay. I gotta tell you, that's something else. I just don't know what to say. And we're gonna go to the California Nebula next, Daryl. So, just like, yeah. Okay, I figure we'll go to 25. We did 26. That's good. My gosh. Well, I think that's beautiful. And we're going to save it just like you see it. You know, the full-size image, though. Let me just do that, okay? So you can see the full-size image. Okay. Okay, so here's the full-size image. This is what it looks like. Is that not beautiful? Ah. Oh. Yes, Isabella. The images will be in the infrared spectrum. If you're talking about James Webb, right? Yes, Vera. You can see how it almost looks 3D, right? Yeah, I mean, we are looking at a 3D universe. This is a 3D universe, you know, without doubt. Okay, so this is the Heart Nebula. Oh, yeah. Beautiful stellar nursery. Okay. Okay, and we've actually taken time to stack a couple more. We've done 29. Okay, let's do 30, just to round it out. Okay, we'll be stacking the 30th one here. And it looks like we had a nice... very calm. The winds have apparently died down now. It's 9 p.m. out there. And I think the winds have to go away at 9 p.m. I don't know. Just kidding. Okay. So when this stacks, there we go. So now we can pause and save this stack. Stack is saved. Save this image exactly as seen. So if you want just the pretty pictures, then you just go here and grab this pretty picture. Okay. Now we come out of this guy. And boy, look at that. Ah. Whew. Boy, that's just something. I'm telling you, I just never lose my thrill to see this. You know. And just think, this is what you'd see with a telescope. Something about like this. You know. Not bad. Okay, next we're gonna go to a different nebula, that is kind of nearby this location, but it's just a little bit further along. Let's go see. It's right here. This is the California Nebula. And I think you'll be impressed with this one. Alright, so here we go. Off to the California Nebula. Let's go watch the telescope. Bam. Here we go. All right. Oh my, what is that? Yeah. Trust me, you're gonna be blown away by this. You are gonna be blown away by this. Okay, I'm just trying to adjust some things here. Alright, let's do this. Be right there, not to worry. Okay. I'm trying to adjust it so that the screen, when I'm maxing out in our hyper process mode, looks like it's supposed to. Okay. Alright. So let's move the telescope to the west a little. A little more. Okay, now a little bit more. Just to make sure we get all of it in, because it's big. It's a big one. Okay, we're getting there now. All right. So you want to see beautiful? Yeah. Daryl asks if the California Nebula is big, and it certainly is. It's got to be at least a degree and a half to 2 degrees. Maybe more, actually. We can go measure, actually, really quick. Okay, let's just go here. Take a look. Okay, we'll zoom in. Yeah, if you notice, it's like, let's say it starts at 50, 51, 52. So it's just like just over 2 degrees in size, which makes sense because if you look at our field of view is 2 degrees across and 1.5 degrees tall. So just by going here to here, we've got it. Okay, so there we go. Down there, and we'll just move down a little bit. Okay, let's move over more. Yes, Isabella, you do. That's right. Okay. From this perspective, we're going to let our telescope acquire a guide star, which it's doing right now as we speak. And now we'll take a chance and do a 30-second shot. And I think you guys are going to be amazed. Well, that's the old one. We're going to clear that buffer. Okay, and I got to get this to come down. Okay, we're getting down to it. Coming down. Well, didn't want to do that. All right, let's do this, followed by that. Okay. What do you think of that, guys? Now that is a beautiful nebula. Let me actually, again, trying to just lower this down. Don't know why it's doing that to me. I don't like that it does that. Okay, now let's lock this in and let's go check it out. Look at this. Ready? Supersize me. Bam! Come on, look at that. Wow. Now that is a nebula. That is a beautiful nebula. That's the California Nebula. Named because of the shape, as you can see. So it's pretty cool. It's a beautiful, large expanse. It's called a diffuse nebula. And Genghis says it's a lot of hydrogen. Yeah, it is. It's being caused to glow by a bright star in the neighborhood. I'm not sure if it's this star. You're tempted to think it might be. But you know something, to be honest? It could be that star right there. It could be that star there. It could be that star there that's causing this to all light up. But it might be that guy. But it's not guaranteed to be the star you think it is. No. Yeah, the wind seems gone, Isabella. We're stacking better now. We've stacked 4 frames now, and it looks like we're good. Daryl, you funny. Yeah, and now we want to get rid of the noise. Most of the noise, see, it did it again. Why is it doing it? Most of the noise is most of this noise is due to the sensor. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring this dark level over a little bit. And it'll get darker. Oh my. A little bit too dark. I know it looks pretty, but it's too dark. Okay, how about that? There we go, that's good. Wow. Look at that. Jeez. Oh boy. That is just stupendous. That's just so beautiful. Let's go exploring, shall we? Let's do a deep dive in this guy. Wow, okay. The noise will be going sooner or later. We just have to wait it out. We got a lot of interesting detail over here. Oh, that's me. I'm in the way. We have a lot of interesting detail up here. Right there. And that's going to be going away pretty... Not going away, but getting more sharply defined pretty soon. Wow. Nice here. Isn't it just amazing what stuff is out there in the universe? I mean, this is amazing that this is in the universe. Really pretty. Let's go auto. Bam. Look at that. me move out of the way. Look at that. I mean, that's... I can't get over that. It's just so beautiful. Wow. Wow, Isabella told Daryl to behave. Daryl, what did you do? Oh, I see. That was the bong hit comment. I gotcha. Oh, yeah. Yeah, weird guy. Sorry. I saw your message. Hey, I'll tell you, you know, I think that we have ways to heal ourselves. Pretty sure. Having been through it. So, the California Nebula here is stunning. We have stacked 11. So we'll stack a few more and then let you just look at it here for a little while. And I will, of course, give you some verbiage here. Okay. So there is the California Nebula. I have no words. I mean, what can you say about something like this? I've never seen the California Nebula until I pointed this telescope at it. I've never seen it. It's just beautiful. Weird guy, you're all right, man. Thank you. Ging, is she talking about this cloud right here? Right there? That's actually a patch of dark nebula, which is a dark dust in the cloud. This cloud is full of dust as well as gas. But obviously the hydrogen predominates. You can see it. Hard to see dark against dark space. Indeed. Man, look at this. 15 stacks so far, not bad. Okay, I'm just going to check something here. Okay. My son sent me a message saying that his car is not working and he's stranded somewhere. But he said a friend is coming to get him, so I do not have to leave the stream. And the friend that's coming to get him is a good guy, so that's pretty cool. He didn't even ask me because he probably knew I was going to be streaming. Yeah, that's what happens. Okay. So the California Nebula then is just this beautiful diffuse nebula, which is just out there in the universe. It's not necessarily a stellar nursery, because what we find out there is that there are many such clouds like this out there. Clouds of hydrogen that are glowing by the nearby stars that are hitting them with ultraviolet radiation. And so this is one such cloud. This is not a Lagoon Nebula. This is not an Orion Nebula. This is just a diffuse patch of hydrogen that's glowing because of the nearby star. Turn the heater on. It is almost winter here. Oh, this is gorgeous. Okay, this is 20 stacked images. Okay. Daryl, you're talking about the California Nebula, saying it's hydrogen beta. Yeah, I mean, it could be that bright star. I agree with you, and it may very well be. I just didn't know offhand. It's not always the brightest star in the image, though. That's doing it. You know. One thing about the filter I'm using is that hydrogen beta will also be showing up like this. All right, hydrogen alpha will also show up, as will oxygen 3, that bluish green color. So the filter looks at hydrogen beta, hydrogen alpha, and oxygen 3. So we actually see nebulae in tremendous glory. You know, yeah. Okay. If you read the comments, you'll see Daryl is mentioning something about Chi Pergi, which is an 07. That's among the hottest, biggest stars that we can have. As an 07 star, it's really, really hot and blue, and much of its energy is going to come out in the ultraviolet, because it's that far end of the spectrum, where it's in the blue, high energy end of the spectrum. Oh, Sandy boy, thanks. I'm glad that I can. I mean, look at this. Look at it. I mean, this is just crazy good. You know, I'm going to save this now, and then save it just like you see it. If you want to just have something on your screen for wallpaper, there you go. Exactly as seen, and there it is, done. Okay, and now we'll clear this, hop out, and move on to something else. I'm glad we can start earlier now. Okay, because this gives us a tremendous opportunity to do more things together and spend more time together doing this. Okay, let's get our hyper processed image in place. There we go. And we'll be coming off the California Nebula here in a moment. Let's go find another one. Let's go see. Oh boy, we can do it. I think we're going to go and try and do this. We're going to try and get the Flaming Star Nebula. Here we go. Flaming Star is actually beautiful. I was waiting for this to come up earlier. And I wanted to show you the Flaming Star precisely because it exemplifies two different kinds of processes that are going on in the universe. And you'll see. And I'm up here in the way now. Let me get down out of the way. That's better. Okay. And then we're going to move to the Flaming Star. Can't miss it. There it is. Wow. Oh, this is going to be really pretty. It's going to be really pretty. Okay. We're going to move it over here. Genghis, that's a wonderful question. You asked, how old is the California Nebula? Like, you know, were we cave dwellers when it went off? I'm not sure what you mean. When it was, I don't know what you meant. What you meant there? Expanding or dissipating since before the Earth. Okay, this diffuse nebula is a cloud of gas that's moving through the galaxy, and we in our time on Earth, we've gone around the galaxy's center almost 20 times. Okay, since Earth was formed, almost 20 times. So what that means is that when we are moving around the galaxy, gas clouds and things that are basically moments in time for us. We pass by them, we pass through them. The Pleiades, for instance, is passing through a bunch of dust right now. Those Pleiades stars, Merope, Atlas, Maya, Taygeta, all those stars are passing through this dust, okay? And the dust is scattering some of the blue light from the stars in the Pleiades. But they weren't born there. They're just passing through. So in a sense, the California Nebula has been there and has been in the galaxy in one shape or another. It could be changing. It is changing its shape all the time. And at this particular snapshot in time, it looks like it does now to us. But we could have been traveling with it, or we could be passing in its vicinity as we go by it. It's any and all those things, and I'm not even sure if we really know the genesis of all of that data as far as how the California Nebula came to be in exactly the same way. That's just a wonderful question. I think that's pretty neat. Okay. And now we're going to do this 25 seconds on the Flaming Star Nebula. I think you're going to like this. I think this is going to be another one of those, you got to keep it. Let's check it out. Here we go. And oh, look at this. This is beautiful. Wow. I got to point out a few things here. We got to wait for a few more frames to come in, though. But I'll go to 50%. Okay. If you notice, okay, you see this area here? This is actually a blue reflection nebula, as it's called. Really, it's a scattering nebula. And the starlight of all the bright stars in there is hitting this dust that's there. And the dust is scattering the blue light. Okay, that's what we're seeing here. All right, and so the nebula itself is the reason it's blue is that. The reason, however, that it's red is for that same reason we understand. The hydrogen gas is being caused to glow. It's pretty cool. Okay, we've stacked 3 so far. I want to drop the black level down a bit. Try and bring some contrast in. This is going to be too much. Yeah, back it off a bit. Okay, let's do this now. Tiniest of bits. Okay, that might be okay. There we go. Okay, and the other thing too is let's go to 100% because I may have to scrap all this to refocus. Yep, okay, focus is off. That's what I thought. That's fine. At least we know that we can get the focus back, and I know what the focus is supposed to be. So we're going to pause it here. We're going to clear it and get out of this for now. And come back and focus. Okay. And we'll do 1 second. A 1 second photo. And we'll do it with our hyper processed image. Okay. Now we can go back to our focusing setup. And let's see, we're centered up. There we go. 2518. Let's try this guy, see how it works. Oh, look at that. Looks like we got some focus back. Now that's looking much better. Alrighty. Done. See how it works when you get it down. This is what I like about this. Okay, let's now go back and take us back to, we'll do 30 seconds now because we can. 30 seconds. And let's stack a row and see what we get. Okay, we're gonna clear this. See, that's a terrible focus, and we now fixed that. So when this next one comes in, we'll leave it here so you can actually see the difference in the focus. You saw how those stars were kind of bloated, kind of look like little donuts. Well, at the end of this photo, you're gonna see a big difference, I hope. Telescope is collimated now, meaning that all the lenses and everything are aligned perfectly. And look at that. That's a difference, isn't it? That's a huge difference. Okay, so let's now it's noisy again because we need to actually let some more stack come in. And that stack will get rid of the noise. But when you see this image, it's going to be just amazing. Do hit the thumbs up, by the way. We love doing this. I love doing this. Daryl loves doing this. And we do it because we absolutely love the universe. You know. Okay, let's just go full screen on this. There we go. Boom. Here we are. So that's really pretty. Yeah, the wind let up, Daryl. Yeah. Wow. Here it goes. While this is coming in, I think it would be kind of cool to just show you the observatory site right now. Okay, oh, that's not gonna work, is it? Well, maybe. Hold on. Just a minute. I just have to copy some things over. Just a minute. We'll let this come in. All right. Now we go back to this screen. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you very much, Leslie. That's very kind. Thank you. Wow. This heart is our observatory in Arizona. And these are the clouds that were plaguing us yesterday. And as you can see, they're moving off and there's nothing coming in. Wow. So, yeah. Let's go back. Oh, look at that. Wow. Gee, that's just beautiful. You know, I I find that to be just a beautiful, beautiful nebula. There's another nebula down here as well, and I was thinking about checking that out. I was thinking about raising this up a little, but then that thing comes in. It's a delicate balance if you're gonna frame it right, you know, because I'll probably crop this and show you just that. But let's go pull in a little bit on this. Let's go to 50%. Well, thank you, Leslie. That's very sweet of you. Thank you so much. Now you can see this blue nebula here, and you can see more of this dust that's scattering starlight here and here. It's almost like it's a swirl of color mixed, you know, a swirl of paint mixed in like oil or something. Really, really beautiful. And there's some areas here where there's stars that are really, really brightly illuminating just one thread, and other stars are more causing a general glow. So that's pretty cool. And we've stacked 9 so far. Let's zoom in a little bit on this. Zoom, 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 zoom. Yeah. Look at that. It's really clear. You know, you can see it really clearly. And this blue is just this. So the star is actually surrounded by lots and lots of dust, and the dust is scattering the blue starlight. And stars that are yellow, stars that are orange, they still have blue light, just less of it. So they can also cause a reflection nebula like this. You know, they don't have to be hot blue stars, but blue stars do have more blue light. So sometimes the stars that do not have a lot of blue light, the reflection nebula can get overwhelmed by other frequencies that they give off, or other things, other stars nearby. Wow. I'm telling you, this is just amazing. That's really pretty. You talking about this bar right here, Daryl? Or are you talking about that? This or that? The blue thing or the red thing? Red, blue, and dark combined. Oh, that's this guy. That's this guy, yes. Yeah. It's a hydrogen emission nebula. It's got a little bit of a blue reflection nebula, and it's also got some of the dark nebula in there. It's almost like a little it's a combo platter. If that's what you're talking about, that's what I see. So this one and that one, but you're talking about this one primarily, I'm guessing. Absolutely. Hey there, Shay. How you doing? Paranormal Pop, what's going on? How's it going? Good to see you here. We're doing pretty well tonight. Let's see if we can drop down the black level just a little bit more, ever so slightly. Okay. Yeah, Isabella, the music's all new. I put together a whole new set of music for this. Except for our one intro song. Wow, that's just beautiful. Well, this is called the Flaming Star Nebula for obvious reasons. It looks like it's flaming. It looks like a flame up here, heading up into space. Right, and you can see this is just a stunning region. You know, in some ways, it's possible that the star has shaped this whole area with its stellar winds. So that's something to consider as well. Wow. Well, we stacked 18. You notice the noise is going away. We're resolving ourselves of this noise, which is really good. It's a much better thing. Okay. And you can see these clouds are resolving better. I mean, this is just a beautiful region. Look at this. My gosh. Wow. So when you talk about the flaming star, you're talking about this region right here. This region down here is an additional region. Okay. Probably due to the same star. But it's actually an additional region. And interestingly, if you notice, there's a little red line here. This is being dynamically stacked, as we said, and that dynamic stack will sometimes walk up a little bit because we can't we can't get the whole frame again, because in order to guide right, the telescope has to move, and so when it moves, sometimes we lose an edge like that. That all gets cropped out anyway. Pretty good for 21 stacked images, huh? Gee, that's nice. If you have any requests in the chat, please do. I'm going to pause this and save this right now. Okay, it's saved. And then we're going to save it exactly as seen. Alright. And then we will let it do its thing for a little while longer. I have it paused though. I'm going to just check and find out what else is in the neighborhood. Oh, there's one. That was the spider and the fly, I believe. Yeah. And I'd like to do that. I'd like to check out the spider and the fly, because that's kind of cool. They're kind of cool. Alright, so telescope's on its way to those. So I'm going to clear this. Clear that. Minimize that. And then we get that. It's like a wonderful, just a beautiful little abstract painting. Okay, 1 second on this. I think that we're going to have a little bit of problem with the observatory roof. Maybe not, because that's just the stars trying to bring in. So depends where it's going to go. There we go. Hey, did you get your car fixed or no? No. All right. Okay. So we have two nebulae here, the spider and the fly. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring them into the realm of photographability, and then we'll take care of them. And we'll get them. Sorry about that. I had to Hunter just got home. My son had to make sure his car was okay. Okay. Yes, the Crab Nebula. That's next on the agenda, as long as it's high enough. Should be. Okay. So let's do the Spider and the Fly. These two nebulae are really interesting little guys. Be fun to look at these. We'll do 25 seconds on these. All right. And we'll take off our hyper processing. Go to the live stack. Clear it if it's not cleared. Look at that. Isn't that cool? It's like a painting. Okay. There we go. Cleared. And now we're going to wait for our first view. This will be the first time we've seen the Spider and the Fly from this telescope at this location. Counting down. 2 seconds left. 1 second. And what do we got? Ooh, here we go. All right. And we're at 35%. So we have a lot of noise in that right now. Let me just try to... Let's do this. Let's pop this out. And check it out. Wow. We're also getting a halo from this star. I gotta work on that. I gotta get rid of the halos. There's gotta be a way to do that. Let's go to 100% right now. Focus could be sort of okay. Looks like it's okay. Let's go down to the little fly here and check out. Yeah, it's 2 stars are actually. It's 2 stars are actually focused. It has these 2 little stars in it. I was wondering if those were going to stay focused. Okay, yeah. All right. Head out to auto mode here. Oh, look at that. Could have been... It wasn't a plane, because if it was a plane, we would see something going through. It must have been a... The only other thing is a satellite, but... Oh, actually, it could have been the red light on the wingtip of the plane. So the rest of the plane is further off to the left. And normally you have to worry about Starlink. Okay, well, I'll stop this here because I'd like to go check out something else. All right. We'll save it. Just because. I think we got a little interference with the building. Alright. Oops, I don't want to save that. I want to save it as exactly a scene. Excuse me. Okay. Nice. Okay. Now we'll clear this. Go out of this. Go here. And do 1 second again. Okay. I want to thank you guys for coming out on Thanksgiving Eve. It's kind of cool. Welcome to company. And if it's clear tomorrow night, guess what? We'll see you Thanksgiving night too. At least I know I'll be here. And wondering why the silly sound thing isn't working right. We'll fix that. Okay, let's go. Okay, the flaming star. Okay, this is gonna be a little trickier. The crab's gonna be a little trickier. It's 35 degrees above the horizon, and it's probably gonna be is directly to the east. So as it is where the telescope is located now, see that we have just a little bit of an issue. Okay, we have a little bit of an issue because right now the edge of the building is impacting the telescope a little bit, and if we look at the crab, even more is going to do that. So we can't look at the crab right now. We can, but it won't be very good. But there's other things that we can see about finding. We can check out the northern Trifid. We've looked at the Trifid Nebula in summer. Let's look at the Trifid Nebula from the winter. Okay, so we're slewing, high precision slew to a bright star. There it is. And it'll tell you which star it is, and then it's going to center it up for us. You see the name right there. Epsilon Persei. Okay, so it centers it. Okay. There we go. We'll get back to the Crab Nebula when it rises up a little bit more. It's just still just a little bit too low for us. And don't forget the eastern direction, that direction that's that way, in the building you see up there. That way is toward Phoenix, and there's a little light dome that you can see with sensitive cameras. And that goes up enough into the air, so we don't want to be anywhere near the eastern horizon at all. So we can't do that. Okay, this is the Northern Trifid Nebula. And we're going to go for 30 seconds here. And let's do that and stack. And what's our stack look like? Well, our stack looks like the last thing we stacked. So we'll get rid of that. And there's the Northern Trifid. I see a telltale blue. Let me just go see if the moon has come up by now. That blue indicates a possibility. I'm not sure. Yeah, it is. There it is. Yeah, right there on the horizon. The moon is just rising. See that? There it is. I thought so. Saw a telltale blue, and that is the rising moon. With bright objects, it won't hurt our views. Okay, so let's go see this. Let's do this. Let's go to 75% on this. It'll be noisy. Yeah, but look at that. Beautiful, though. Interesting too, you can see a lot of orange stars. Now you might say, are those just red stars? Yeah, they could be, but they could also be stars that are hidden or in the dust that is surrounding this whole complex. And from inside the dust, their light is reddened in the same way that our sunlight is reddened on the horizon at sunrise and sunset. Okay? Stuff in the air causes the sun to, the molecules in the air, scattering the blue light, and through more air, will scatter more blue light, and you'll see a redder sun. Well, that's happening here too. The blue light from these stars is being scattered, and the stars will look redder. That's called interstellar reddening. And they're dimmer as well than they normally might be because of the dust that they're in within. And that's another process called extinction, interstellar extinction. So there's extinction and reddening going on in both cases here. So this is really neat. You can see a lot of detail in this nebula tonight. I'm really happy with that. What's nice is this telescope now is able to, now allows us to literally stay zoomed out and zoom in. We can zoom out and zoom in if we want. So like we can go out and say, okay, let's go check it out, what it looks like as a full frame image, okay? And that's beautiful, right? And we'll just make it a full frame image, okay? And then you can see there's some dust here, right? So there's something else going on. And you can say, well, let's zoom in and see what else is going on. And then you can zoom in. You can go right to 100%, or you can go to 200%. And now look at, we can actually see this. You can see this, there's a subtle reflection here. That's a reflection in the dust from the starlight. It's beautiful. Just beautiful. Look at that go. Oh, Charles, I have a couple of slide rules. You want one? I'd have to find them, though. Look at that. Let me see if this will mess with my color, if I want to play with the color here. Okay, that's better. So let's bring in the... I was correcting for the moonlight. Sounds like a song. I was taking pictures and I was correcting for the moonlight. It's kind of a song, isn't it? I seem to remember. I don't know. So that's pretty cool. Alright. So, there is this beautiful Trifid nebula, the northern Trifid. And now what we'll do is full screen it. Yeah, there we go. Check it out. Come on down. Come on down here. There you go. Okay. Go over there. So we can start to see the dust around this right now. You can even see some very faint tendrils of black dust in here. This is pretty cool. Really cool, actually. And I bet you, if we do this right, we might be able to tease out just a little separation between that black of space and the black of the dust. Let's see if that does it. Hey, Daryl, that's right, Daryl. Slide rules will be valuable after the next Carrington event. That's right. I think there's a movie about that. Not about slide rules, but, about the failure of everything. Hang on a sec. I dare say this is the best northern Trifid I've ever taken with this telescope. It's really cool. It kind of reminds me of the Cocoon. Do you remember the Cocoon, guys? Where it had just one object and then this trail of black dust next to it. This looks like the cocoon in that regard. Really cool. The cocoon is cool. $13 stacked so far. Boy, look at this beautiful black, these black dust lanes here, and these dark black globs here. These are just areas of dark dust that happen to become over the top of the nebula, which is this hydrogen alpha nebula. So that's really pretty. What a difference collimation makes, huh, guys? What a difference. From the tiniest stars. And this can handle quite a bit of magnification. Oh, Day of the Trifids. Yeah, they remember those things? This made this noise. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Isabella. There are some dark knots. You can see them. If we actually go up to 100% here, maybe a little higher, we'll be able to see them even better. Look at that. You can see them right here. You can see those up there. Those are pretty cool. Very, very detailed right there. That's really nice. This is by far the best northern Trifid we've ever taken with this telescope. Wow. Really, really pretty. Really, really pretty. Wow. Hoo-wee. Hoo-wee, DD. Let's see what this does. See if it's going to change our black point. A little bit. We're going to get a little more out of it. Okay. Okay. Okay, bring that up. Wow. Yes, Dean. That's dark dust that's actually in front of this nebula, and it's actually blocking the light behind that's glowing. That's the glowing gas is from a star that may or may not be in this image. It might be inside the nebula, or behind some dark dust. There's a number of situations like that. I'm not sure about this particular nebula. And we'll zoom out. Wow. This is nice. This is going to make a nice process. Look at this. You can actually see the separation for the first time ever in the history of photographing this here. You can see the separation of this dark dust blob here from the rest of the stars behind. You can clearly see that the density of stars here and the density of the stars here is clearly occluded or blocked by something here. And that something is a tongue of dark nebula that's sticking down here. This isn't a void in the stars. It's dark dust blocking what's behind it. See? So that's up there, and then, the dark dust is here, and this is the bright stars behind it, and it's blocking what's behind it. That's what we're seeing there. Pretty cool. Okay, well, let's pause this. Let's save it. Save it exactly as seen, so you can take this just like that if you like. And we're done with this one. And we'll do this, get out of it. And instead of 30 seconds, we're going to go down to 1 second again and go to our hyper process mode. And there you can see that it's all but non-existent. If I do this, we might see it. There we go. Okay. Now, let's drop out of this. Okay. All right. Okay, now we're going to move to a few other locations here. Well, no night is complete without looking at the double cluster, so we'll go check that out too. All right. Among other things, there's a few things to check out up here. And if you can see where the telescope's pointing, it's pointing straight out the back of the building. And that's toward the north. Because Cassiopeia, which is between Perseus, double cluster, which is between Perseus and Cassiopeia, it's probably looking at a star in Cassiopeia. Hey, Paranormal Pop, thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to you too. And here is the double cluster, centered right up for your viewing pleasure and entertainment. Look at that. Wow. It never ceases to impress, you know? Never ceases to impress. Whew. Interesting, don't forget the universe is in 3D. One of these clusters is a lot closer to us than the other. And they're in a line of sight situation. I think this cluster is farther away. And this cluster is bigger and looser looking because it's closer to us. I could be wrong about that. But I think that's what's going on. You'll notice that there's some red stars in here too. Okay, beautiful red stars. These red stars are not in those clusters. They are foreground objects or background objects. The clusters, when they're born, when stars are born, they're all made from the same stuff. They all have the same relative masses. And so you don't get runts of the litter like you do with dogs and cats. Okay. And cows, as it turns out. You don't get that. You get you actually get the stars are being almost all the same. So that's one thing we've noticed that in astronomy that is correct, is that when a cluster forms, you don't get anything but the same stars. We get all this stuff together. What's that, Isabella? What are you asking? What I do? I answered a question for you. Yeah, Daryl's right. You look on the left-hand side, you see more red stars. That's just, again, luck of the draw. Just luck of the draw. Because you see there's a red star up here. Okay. There's a red star down here, but I just see it. Okay. I just saw a red star. Yeah. Alright. This is arguably in between the two. But this is definitely looks like it's in here and that one. So these two look like they're definitely in the cluster here. There's one up here that looks like it's in the cluster. But they're not in the cluster. Well, I'm glad, Isabella. I'm glad that you asked that and so forth. And Daryl, if you notice, Daryl, and he Daryl's good at finding star chains, by the way. And so let's go up to 50% here. Or was that 50%? Sorry. Let's go up a little more. Let's go to 100%. Might be grainy, but if we move over here, you can see some really interesting star chains. What are star chains? Star chains seem to be like stars in a straight line. Okay, here's a straight line of stars. It's pretty interesting, isn't it? But that could just be line of sight coincidence. Or it could be some type of process that sparked star formation across different shock fronts as something moved through space there. Maybe a supernova at one point. Very cool. That's beautiful, isn't it? No, so it's really pretty. Let's go down to auto mode here. And let's move the telescope over to the east a little bit. Hey there, Maria Duff. Thanks for stopping by, too, by the way. It's so nice to see you. No, Charles, the clusters are inside our galaxy, as Daryl just said, actually. In fact, they're in generally the clusters form in the spiral arms of a galaxy where lots of star formation occurs, and that's where we'll see them forming. It's generally it's the hotbed. It's the place where you would expect to see them. So they're in our galaxy. Our galaxy, of course, is made of somewhere along the lines of 150 to 200 billion stars. There were estimates at one point of 400 billion. But then again, we're trying to count the trees from inside the forest, right? Yep. It's beautiful. That's just beautiful. All right, I'm gonna just stack a few of these just to have a stack. They're gonna be fast. Oops. We're gonna clear that. We're not doing it right now. I'm on pause. Okay, let's just do this. There we go. Now we can go into the stack. And maybe let's go up to 5 seconds. 4 seconds. And we'll see a change here. We'll actually clear this. Okay. Okay. I think we can make this go to 8 seconds. Okay. That's nice. Very nice. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Waiting for a few more of these to come in. Okay. Beautiful. Now that I've done this, I'm going to add to this stack some couple of 15-second shots. Okay. Let's change the black level a little bit. There we go. A little blue because of the moon. Let's try and correct that. There we go. Okay, not bad. There we go. That's beautiful. Okay, so now we'll pause this, save it. We did a very precise set of photos at lower exposure and a couple of higher exposures in order to get the fainter stars. Save exactly as seen. And then we'll clear it and move along. Let's see what else we can do over here. Who knows? Alright, and bring in the double cluster here in our hyper process. Oh, that's such a beautiful object. You just can't deny that. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's see now. Let's see about going up here now. Yeah, that's the cocoon. That's going to look like that. Let's find out about this guy. Just a sec. We're going to search for something. That's not the galaxy we want. Daryl, what was the number of that galaxy? I thought it was NGC 254. That could be wrong. It's definitely wrong. Okay. $253, okay. Well, let's just do that. Let's look for that. NGC 253. See if it's in viewing position yet. I'm not sure it is. Yeah, it's not. No. It's borderline. Oh, we can whip ourselves around to this and see. Well, let's go to DIPFTA and see. Telescope's going to come back and around. Watch it over my head. It's going to go crazy. It's going to do a little gyration here. Okay. 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 DIPFTA. It's a DIPFTA. All right. There we go. Centered up. Okay. And then let's go and see how far down to get to this guy. Okay. All right. Let's see about doing it this way then. I could just drop down to that star. Alright, I'll just do it. Why not? It's going to go down a little bit lower. So it's going to center on Dipta and then go down to that star, which will be right near the galaxy. There it is. Okay. That's a beautiful galaxy. Are you ready for this? This is going to be really pretty. This image, or this object, comes to us from Daryl. Daryl suggested we check it out, and we're going to check it out. We're going to do 25 seconds on this. There we go. All right. I'm excited. I haven't seen this. I hope you guys are enjoying this tonight. Okay. That belies what's going on. We need to give a little processing here. Wow. 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 This is looking really cool. Let's drop our black level more. I'm just going to get some color balancing here. All right, let's take a look at that. Let's go to 50%. Thanks, Dean. Oh, my gosh. That's just beautiful. Look at that. Look at that galaxy. You can just see all those beautiful spiral arms. Oh, really stunning. I want to drop the black level in here more. Wow. Oh. Well, I'm sure it could use more focal length, Daryl. But what we're seeing is really stunning, even so. Hey, Fantasy, how are you? Yeah, this is beautiful. Okay, let's stack a few of these. Sorry. I apologize for that chronic cough I have, guys. No, I don't smoke or anything like that. I have a vocal cord that doesn't function. It's the one holdover from 6.5 years ago when I had an operation that went sideways, and I ended up having 8 strokes in the table and was quadriplegic and blind. So I can tolerate a missing vocal cord after that kind of event. This is beautiful. Look at this. Wow. I'm Isabella. We got a new object to play with. Yeah, Fantasy. I actually had to have a node taken off my vocal cords as well, because during the surgery they damaged the vocal cord, and the right vocal cord is no longer working. And so for people to say I have a soothing voice, well, now you know why. It used to be like this. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's interesting how we can fix ourselves, you know. I fixed my brain. I learned how to see, talk, walk again. My visual center is all but gone, and I have almost perfect vision again. Yet there's nothing there. It was very, very badly struck. But we can fix ourselves. Well, I know Fantasy. They were trying to save my life, though. They were doing heart surgery to repair valves that were infected. The alternative was death. So, you know, as it is, I was dead for, what'd they say, an hour? And they were working on me with CPR, half hour, trying to do CPR on me. I didn't know that, actually, until I went to get my vaccine. And one of the nurses at the hospital here locally was one that went down with my family. And she was asking the doctors about everything, and they confided in her that I was dead, and they had to do CPR on me for a half hour to bring me back. It's like, well, yeah, go figure. I never knew that until I found out, like, that day when I got my vaccine, that I was clinically dead for a half hour. Kind of interesting. Yeah, I saw those streaks, Daryl. They might. I don't know if they're clouds. Not sure what those are. Well, Leslie, you're so sweet. It could be an artifact too, Daryl, of the process too. Daryl's talking about the weird streaking that we see here. At one point, I thought they were spider webs. But when I went out there, I cleaned them, and there was no spider webs. Huh. Interesting. There's no bright stars near here. So sometimes a bright star can do a an off-axis streak, lens flare. So this is 17 stacked on this nebula, on this galaxy. And by the way, I called it a nebula because in the 1800s they didn't know that these were things that were outside of our galaxy. In fact, they didn't even really know what the galaxy was. They just called it the firmament, and everything out there was kind of within reach. They didn't know that these were much more distant objects, so they thought they were nebulae within our own galaxy. I mean, until you got better photographing capability, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know that. This is really pretty. I'm going to zoom in on this again. Actually, I can just do it this way. So we zoom in on this. Wow. You got some pretty good detail there for a telescope with a 2-degree field. And Daryl says, rightly so, Edwin Hubble figured this out, that these are farther. And that led to us getting an understanding of galactic redshift. Okay. See, this galaxy, we're kind of looking at it kind of at an angle. If you think of a dinner plate, it's sort of like on an angle to us. Okay? I don't have a dinner plate. I have this. So if it's on an angle to us, it's sort of like that. It's not edge on, it's not straight on, it's at an angle. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing it along the top edge. Along the top, I should say. Pretty cool. Well, that's 22 stacked. We're going to say good for that one. Very nice. Well, let's just make it 23. Since we're almost there. There we go. Okay. Save it. Okay, stack is saved. Save exactly as seen. And there we go. Okay. Now let's get out of here. Actually, let's clear this. Get out of this. Go down to 1 second. Okay. It's 12:30. Maybe we'll do one more. I have to be up early because we have people coming for Thanksgiving. Go figure. All right. Let's get out of this right now to that. Okay, back to our main screen view. And let's go to our view here. And I do have one object I want to check out. Daryl, I thought that was a really cool one. That'll be up on the server site too, Daryl. Okay, let's go see here. Trying to capture this object. All right. LDN 1269. We're going to check it out if we can get it. Let's go. Telescope's going to crank way over. Let's drop down to auto mode here. We're almost going to the pole with this one. Here's our star. There's our lots of stars. Okay, it's going to center calf. It's calf up here. Okay. Okay. Get the telescope to come back to me. And then we can go check it out. Check this out right now. Well, that's very nice to say, Leslie. You're a sweet lady. Everybody missed you too. Okay. Now, I'm gonna do 30-second shot here. And stack it up and see what we got. We're gonna stack it up, Captain, and see what we got. I don't know. So this will be a 30-second stack. Straight out of the back of the observatory toward the north. So we'll see. With the moonrise, it might be a little colorful. What do we got? Okay. Ooh, look at that. Let's see if we can fix that color. Not really. Wow. We've seen this before. This is just beautiful. Oh, I'm glad you like it, Sandy boy. Here is a pillar. We've talked about these pillars before. As we get more stacks, we'll be able to move in on this more. Let's see. We can go to 50% now, I think. Yeah. So there's a beautiful pillar there. Oh, no green stars. I didn't see it. That actually has to do with the way black bodies work. What that means is if you heat something up to be white hot, as it radiates away the energy, it'll go from white hot to blue hot, okay, and then blue hot to yellow, and then red hot. There is no green transition in the black body radiation. That's why there's no green stars. Yet stars have green light in their spectrum. So that's always a strange dichotomy when you see there's green light in the spectrum, yet you can't have that dominate a star. Because in the black body region, when stars radiate away energy, there is no green radiation. There's no green frequencies. It's just an observation. And Wien's law, W-I-E-N-S, Wien's law calculates the temperature of a star, based on its color or vice versa. And you find that the colors, they just go, like I said, from blue hot to white hot to yellow to orange to red. There is no green transition. This is not the Crab Nebula, no fantasy. This is holy cripes, I can't. We've looked at it many times before. This isn't 7822, is it? Daryl, do you remember what this is? I'm trying to remember. I'll tell you what I can do. I can take my tools here and do a plate solve. Oh, but if I do that, I think it's going to upset the stack. Well, I'll find out. Okay, this is, I'm going to be setting the contrast a little differently here. I'm actually having the telescope solve for its position exactly. And it's going to give us that information here in just a moment. It's taking care of it. Meanwhile, while it's doing that plate solve, I'm going to change our black level a little bit. Bring it a little darker. Oh my goodness. And we gotta solve, okay. Okay. Look at this. Wow. Yeah, it does, Daryl. That red pillar thing, it looks familiar. We've been here before. It's not the cave, because we don't have the Herbig Harrow objects down here. But it might be NGC 7822. It's possible. Oh, man, this is just beautiful. And this is with the moon up, too. I mean, come on. This is just stunning. Doesn't it, Fantasy? It looks gorgeous. Fantasy says it looks gorgeous. It does. Are you talking about down here, Daryl? Or this?
Nope.
By the star? Yeah, near that bright star. That's this guy. Okay, well, let's go look at it. As we keep stacking, we're going to lose a lot of this noise, and it gets better and better and better. I'm going to do it this way and do it this way. Let's just zoom in. We might be looking at a halo artifact too, Daryl. In part, I think that that's blocking this thing here. If that's what you're talking about. Oh yeah, I'm going to try the crab, Daryl. I just want to make sure that it's high enough in the air. High enough for us. Because I looked for it. I checked it out earlier. It wasn't high enough. Yeah, I was saying before, you see this pillar right here? This pillar, these pillars are common in some of these nebulae. And you'll see there's more of them. There's one here. Okay. There's another one. There's others. There's one right here. Okay. There's one here. And you see that they're kind of angled toward what? They're angled toward this cluster of stars. So it's possible that these hot young stars could be powering this nebula and causing it to glow. But they have powerful stellar winds. And these stellar winds push out unabated. And what they do is they cause what used to be some areas of nebula to basically evaporate or get pushed away, dust and gas over time. And so that leaves pillars, because at the tops of the pillars is the densest part in a particular case. It might have extended further, but it got evaporated over time from the pressure of the stellar winds, and then it pushed them back. And you can see that in the lee side, on the back side, the pillar is protected by this higher density material up top. Same thing over here. Okay, same thing here. Same thing in these other pillars that abound in this area in here. Okay, so that's why the pillars exist, is because the lee side is protected, but they are gravitationally condensing here. Okay, and that gravitational condensation is a area where the interstellar medium has a higher density of particles and dust and gas, so that can withstand the stellar winds a little better. And so that's why the head of it, that's why this location is the first thing to become visible, and then the lee side down here is protected. So you see it's almost a straight line, and if it's not a straight line, then there's other stars that might be causing it, like this star, if it's in this cluster, might be causing that particular one to evaporate. These might be causing that one to evaporate. There's a whole number of ways this works, and we're going to do 20 stack here, and we're almost done. And then what we'll do is, when we get to 20 momentarily here, we're going to stop. Okay, there we are. And we'll save it. I can't wait to process this. This looks like fun. And we'll save it, process just like this as well. Okay. Hey, Martian, how are you? Martian Johansson's here. Okay, so let's now clear this beautiful nebula. And then check this out. We're going to actually go, hopefully you'll be able to see the Crab Nebula now. The Crab Nebula is a supernova rim that has a pulsar in the middle of it. And it's really an awesome scene. I actually, in looking at it here in this telescope, I couldn't believe how stunning it was. And I'm going to go get it. It's small, but we can actually zoom in quite a bit to it. Okay, so you think it's 7822 as well? That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's go see how far the Crab Nebula. These lines here and these are all the coordinate systems. I need the alt-azimuth coordinate systems to see how high above the horizon it is, and then I need the equatorial coordinate systems to get an idea of where these things are. So now we're going to go look for measure 1, which is the Crab Nebula. Okay. And the Crab Nebula is high enough off the ground. I think we're going to be able to see this. It's almost 47 degrees. Okay, that's good. I was just estimating that. But let's let's go with the Crab Nebula. And away we go. We should be able to see it without a problem now. Earlier we could not. But we'll try it now. If the telescope stops around now, we'll be good. Yeah, okay, well, maybe. It's going to go a little higher, too, so that's good. Alright. Going to center it there. Thank you, Leslie. And there's the crab right there. Okay. And we're going to change this to 20 seconds. Take off the hyper process, what I call the finder mode. And now we're going to do this. Okay. Here it comes. Let's see what we got. Okay. That's going to be noisy. Let's just jump to 50%. Do hit that thumbs up. Help us trend in YouTube. There we go. All right. And we're not even close to proper processing. We got a ways to go here, but when we get it, it's gonna be beautiful. Yeah, Daryl knows a few things about galaxies. There's no doubt about it. He is, I've said it before, I call him an astronomer's astronomer. You know, he knows an awful lot about the sky. I'm the guy that knows the science and the study of astronomy and what these things are in the sky, but I may not necessarily know the good ones to look at sometimes. So that's why Daryl's very, very good at this. Very, very helpful, and it's really a good time with him around. Okay. You can see the filamentary structure here. I'm going to correct this color just a little bit, because I know what it's supposed to look like. That's about right. Oh, excuse me, I just yawned. Okay, now I'm going to take this guy and move it over a little bit. Darken up our background a little. Yeah, look at that. Wow. So this is the supernova remnant that was seen in 1054 by the Chinese. It was so bright you could see it during the day. And when it first exploded, it was just a little tiny dot. It was one of these dots in the sky. But it went supernova, and this is the expanding debris cloud. And we've watched it over 100 years, and we actually can see it expanding over 100 years. So it's really cool. So yeah, as we lose noise, we'll be able to zoom in more. What do you think, Daryl? There we go. You asked for it. You got it. Toyota. Yeah. I love that the telescope is doing what it should be doing. It's just beautiful. We're going to go to 75% now. Here we go. Martian, why did your browser crash? It shouldn't have crashed. It's all free. Everybody goes to it. It's fine. He-Man. Right. Leslie, that's very nice. Yeah, this is colorful. It does have this color on the outside that you're seeing there, kind of a greenish, and it has the yellow and yellowish and white. Oh, sorry, yellow and white tendrils of gas that's illuminated by a very hot star in the middle. That is to say, caused the glow. But you're seeing there's oxygen 3 in here. There's H2. There's hydrogen. There's other elements in here that you find in the periodic table. Because this is the guts of a star being barfed out by the star into the universe. You know? Actually, Charles, the planetary system could be disturbed by the expanding nebula. Not the other way around. He said, would the expanding nebula be disturbed by a planetary system? It wouldn't even know it was there. The expanding nebula would have vaporized any planets around the star. Because this is out. Obviously, has gone out quite a distance, way further than a star system. You know? Cypher. I did Linux for a while, and Unix and Linux. I always actually I used to write C programs and Smalltalk and C++ and object-oriented systems and all that. It was really important. Yeah, Martian, I know. It's definitely not a sexy description of the contents of a star saying it was barfed out into space. You're right. Something a little bit more close, however, Martian, would be the star eviscerated itself. Okay? It detonated and eviscerated itself into its component chemistry. And that material was blown out into the interstellar medium. The star exploded from the inside out, which would be very messy if that's how we went. There he goes. God love him. You know. You can see the spindles now. These areas are now becoming a lot more pronounced. You see that? They become clearer and more visual, more easy to see. Look at all the colors. These colors are really there. We're looking at the colors of many different elements in the periodic table that are glowing from this ionization and recombination process that hydrogen, for instance, goes through to make the red. And oxygen goes through to make the bluish green. Well, thank you, Martian. I knew you weren't really complaining, but it wasn't very romantic, was it, to say it that way? This is something, though. This is beautiful. And looking at the time, this is going to have to be our last object, guys. I don't like that. I'd rather continue on. During the lunar eclipse, we went all night. We went from 2 a.m. to dawn. And I was perfectly fine. I slept about 4 hours the next morning and got up and did a whole day. Let's bring it dark. Oh, hey, let's see how that looks now. That might be too dark, but let's see. Look at that. A Monty Python skull. Okay. Yeah, Daryl, you notice how it's actually that these tendrils are now becoming more complex, right? Do you see that, folks? They're becoming more complicated because of the fact that the details are coming out now, right? So when we look at this, you can see these faint details that would be very hard to see normally with the noise in the camera system. You didn't see any of these in the beginning, and now there's all there. You can see this beautiful stuff. It really is just a very, very, very pretty nebula. That beauty belies the violence that begot it. It's just absolutely unimaginable. Yeah. Yes, and you can see that's right, the neutron star in the middle. I believe this is it right here, if I don't make my mistake. I think that's it right there, Daryl. That's the pulsar. Let's see if we can pull in a little more on that. Yeah, there it is. That right there, that at the end of my little pointer, that is actually the pulsar in the center, the thing that's powering this whole nebula. The nebula appears to be elliptical for a number of reasons. It could have to do with the way the star was rotating when it exploded. It could have to do with the density of the interstellar medium nearby. We don't actually know the actual shape. We just see it projected. So that's the way that works. Martian, thank you, man. I hope you have a good night. We'll see you again. And so you can actually see right there, again, collimation is your friend. And by collimating the telescope and getting the lenses appropriate, we can now do that critical focus. And look at that. We can see the Crab pulsar right there in the middle. Yeah. Yeah, that the shape could be, as I said, because of the fact that it was spinning a certain way. But we also have to keep in mind that the density of the material in the interstellar medium, which is not the same, just because it looks black, we know from our experience, all of us, that there's a lot of black dust, dark clouds, gas, which actually forms a barrier. When something comes shooting out in a shock wave, that gas is getting compressed along the outside edge. And that gas being compressed along the outside edge can cause that shock front to slow down. So if there was, say, and I'm not saying this is the case, I don't know, but if there was more gas and dust up here and down here, then when it tried to expand outward, typically you would expect it to expand in a sphere, wouldn't you? You should expand in a sphere. But if there was more gas and dust along the edges here, then as it tried to expand, it would be constricted, and maybe it would expand this way, the way we're seeing it expand. That could be happening, but we're not sure. Okay, I'm not sure. But I don't actually know of any studies that talk about this, the morphology of the Crab Nebula. I'll have to look those up. It might be out there. Hey there, PG. That's Petita. She's in the chat. Hi, Petita. And she's a friend of SkyTour LiveStream and a friend of me. She came to see us at Pine Bush. It was very nice to meet her and her husband. And it was a very nice time. Yeah. So I just think that this is... It's as we sit here watching it, it's getting better and better, isn't it? It's getting better and better. Yeah, Daryl's going to put those links in for the expansion. I can tell. He has a colon after the word expansion. There it is. Yeah. And you can watch it and you can see how it works. It's really cool. That object we're seeing right there is spinning 30 times a second and it's the size of Manhattan Island. Okay? And it's spinning 30 times per second. It's the diameter of the length of Manhattan Island. Just by the way. That's huge for an object of this size to be spinning that fast. And it's not the record. The record is well over 715 times per second a pulsar seen to spin. Unbelievable. Wow. Well, we've stacked 41 of these. That's probably going to be our premiere object for tonight. It'll probably be the best one. I'm going to head back to Arizona. Let's see. I have a couple of power switch things to install in the building. I've noticed there are some cases where the camera doesn't come up right. So I want to have a way to shut off power to the building intentionally and have it come back on. And that would bring the camera back up. It's happened here too with other cameras, and trying to program a way around it is also possible, and I've done that before. But it's pretty cool. So I'll be there. I'll tell you. It's November. Well, I'm probably going to be out there easily by the new year. I'll be out there again in March because I'm probably going to teach a workshop at an upcoming UFO conference called UFO MegaCon. And then I'm going to go to Arizona after that or before that. I'm not sure. Probably after, actually. So that's pretty cool. Okay. And there's several other conferences that they may want me in. I also did an episode of UFO Witness. I don't know what network it's on. Somewhat popular show. My friend Ben Hansen's the host, and they had me come on to talk about a particular case. It was kind of cool. Just did that. All right, this is just gorgeous. I'm still going here too. I'm letting it go. We're up to like 47 stacked frames. Okay. No one to quit, Mark. No one to quit. Okay. Look at that crab nebula. Isn't that beautiful? Daryl, what do you think of that? Isn't that something else? Amazing. Wow. Wow. That is just... wow. Oh, that's cool, fantasy. Hey, Lewis Taz here. Okay. We're gonna kill this. Oh, look at that. That is stunning. Absolutely stunning. Wow. I want to keep going, but I can't. I know I have to be in bed. I'll get in trouble with my mommy. Yeah, Daryl's right. This could look like the Veil Nebula in a few 100,000 years. Maybe a few thousand years. Depends on its speed of outflow. Over 100 years, it's moved pretty substantially, as you can see in the video he linked. Yeah. And just think. we don't even know that this thing is there. And look at look how beautiful that was. Wow. But we're gonna leave it behind for tonight. Yeah, we're gonna park the telescope here soon. First things first, we're going to shut down the telescope connection to the planetarium system. Okay, and then the planetarium system can be shut down. This was actually a good night. Very good night. There we go. Okay. Let's see now. Okay, well now we can park the telescope. You'll watch the telescope here. See, the telescope is moving into a predetermined position where we park it, where we'll know that it is stabilized and has the barrel pointing down. You'll notice that we still see stars even though it's aiming almost directly at the wall. But for the tiny bit of the stars that are making their way in over the top of the walls, we actually can see them. Okay, but the telescope is parked now, so we'll turn it off. So there we go. And here's this little program I wrote when I run my observatory. Telescope goes off, power goes off. Okay, now we can disconnect the scope and also disconnect the camera. I do want to point something out to you actually too. You notice now that the scope is disconnected and it's shut off. You'll notice the stars are moving. That's us literally watching us rotate out from under the stars. We're watching the Earth rotate right now. You just don't notice it, except over time, but you can watch it second to second. Like this. There you go. The stars march to the western horizon, and they're going to the western horizon because we're rotating out from under them to the east. West to east, that's how the Earth rotates. Okay. So now we can actually shut down this camera. Alright. Camera's off. And this is down. And we can get out of here. This is our control program. And now what we can do is close the roof. And good night, telescope. So you guys have a good Thanksgiving, okay? Happy Thanksgiving to all of you. And I will definitely be seeing you again. We have so many more things to do. I'm going to actually go through all of our materials and all of the charts I've got here, and I'm going to try and find another list of other exotic fun things to look at. It's never ending, guys, never ending. So, what a good night. Anyway, I hope you guys have a good night, and I will talk to you again soon. So, keep your eyes in the skies, and you have a good night. We'll see you later.